it as a sole transportation.
No, I'll buy it.
You can gavel this thing.
July 11th, Greenwich Township Land Use Board is called to order.
This is a regular meeting of the Land Use Board of the Township of Greenwich. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act in that a notice was published in the Star-Ledger and Express Times newspaper. Notice was posted on the municipal bulletin board in the Township Administration Building in Greenwich Township, New Jersey, and notice was filed with the Township Clerk.
Roll call.
Paul Beam, Class 1.
Here.
Joseph Tutello, Class 2.
He's absent.
Excuse.
Frank Marchetta, Class 3.
Here.
Ray Buckwalter, Class 4.
Here.
Bruce Williams, Class 4.
Here.
Kathy Colon, Class 4.
He's absent.
And excused.
Don Marie Condas, Class 4.
Here.
Mark Scuderi, Class 4.
Here.
Gary Hill, Class 4.
Here.
Joseph Fiamma, Alternate 1.
Yes.
Jeremy Blunt, Alternate 2. Bill Cognac, Alternate 3.
Here.
Pam Peslis, Alternate 4.
Please rise for the flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have, first order, 2 sets of minutes to review and approve. So we'll start with the open session.
Got it.
John, were you okay with the changes that we made to the minutes?
Yes.
Regarding the notice?
Yes, I was.
Okay, perfect. Does anyone else have any comments on the open session minutes from June 27th? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion. Thanks. Is that it? All in favor? You need a roll call for minutes?
There might be people abstaining. It might be easier just to do it.
Okay.
Frank Marchetta.
Yes.
Bruce Williams.
Yes.
Paul Beam.
Yes.
Mark Scuderi.
Yes.
Gary Hill.
Yes.
Joseph Fiamma.
Yes.
Pam Peslis. Ray Buckwalter.
Yes.
Don Marie Condas.
Yes. No abstentions? Huh. So we also have minutes from the closed session, and I'll ask for any comments or suggestions on those before.
Now, if there's suggestions on the merits, we'd have to go into closed session, but my only comment is, it says closes session instead of closed session, so we have to make the S a D, and I can say that on the record.
Beyond that typo, any other comments?
Any other comments, we'd have to go into closed session if you have any.
Hearing none, then we can just ask for a motion to approve.
Yeah, for the roll, I mean, for the
Roll
call on this one. Same people.
Gotcha. Thank you, Dawn. And second, in reverse of the last time. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Oh, did you get that?
Okay.
Frank Marchetta abstained from the closed. Everyone else was an A. Okay, next order of business, we have Resolution 2019-01 memorializing the grant of JERC Partners completeness waivers. Do you want to do Ingerman first?
No, right in order. Yep.
So, Mike, we had your report that just came in at the 11th hour.
Yeah, but this resolution, to adopt the resolution, has nothing to do with completeness. This is the resolution that granted them the waivers and deemed them complete. Mike's report is, that report will say that, yeah, the board can hear it, and then he's got his report on the merits. This is just the vote
This is
to
just
adopt
to
the
deem it
resolution.
incomplete.
No, just to memorialize the resolution which granted all those waivers. And this resolution
Gotcha.
actually deemed it complete after the waivers. Even though Mike's report said it was deeming it complete, that application was deemed complete the night that this board granted those waivers on June 27, and that's what the resolution says.
Fair enough. So all we need is a motion to approve the resolution unless we have comments.
Right, correct.
Hearing no comments, I'll ask for a motion. Go ahead, Paul.
2019-01,
Yes.
the top of this is saying Dumont Road and Greenwood Street.
There's two of them.
Where does it say that?
But there's 2019-02.
There's Resolution 2019-01, which is granting the waivers for application number 2019-02. Then we have a second resolution, 2019-02, which happens to be granting an application which we had a number on it, 2019-01. So go by the resolution number. Sometimes the resolution numbers are different than the application numbers.
Wow.
So, Resolution 2019-01,
John, couldn't you have done it like
How did that happen?
1 and 2 and 2?
is JERC Partners, we do them in chronological order. This is the resolution memorializing the grant of the completeness waivers that this board,
Got it.
okay, and I sent this resolution out on July 1st to make sure that everyone had it, including the applicant.
Does that got it?
Got it.
So unless there's any other comment or question, I need a motion to adopt the resolution. Thank you, Gary. And a second. Thank you, Dawn. We need a roll call
Yeah.
on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so roll call vote.
Paul Beam,
Yes.
Frank Marchetta,
Yes.
Ray Buckwalter,
Yes.
Bruce Williams,
Yes.
Gary Hill,
Yes.
John Marie Condos, Mark Scuderi,
Yes.
Joseph Fiamma,
Yes.
and Pam Peslis.
Okay, just a quick question, so what about Joe
He's absent.
Chicello?
Oh, you want me to, so Joe Chichell is absent, Kathy Colon is absent.
Right, just-
And then we have Gary Blunt and Bill Cognac absent.
Sure.
Or Jeremy Blunt.
So you have, those are the people who are ineligible to vote, that's all.
The last, yeah.
The last
Bill
three.
Cognac, yeah. Well,
Okay.
They're alternates.
Right, they're open.
yeah.
You happy?
Yeah.
Feel the heat.
This is the short resolution.
Okay, the next order of business is Resolution 2019-02, which is memorializing the board's grant of Greenwich Dumont Urban Renewal Associates LLC, the Ingerman project application for preliminary site plan approval with fee variances. I wasn't here when you guys did this in the meeting, but I think this is, I don't know if there's any questions. We just need to...
Well, there are a couple of revisions. The revisions on page 19, because of my handwriting, I had Dawn Marie Condis instead of Bill Cognac. So we have to cross out Cognac on Condis on the three votes and put in Cognac on page 19. And then, listen, I dropped this one on everyone, not at the 23rd hour, at the 11th hour. So, and it's a 20-page resolution, so I expect questions.
I was voting on, so what, as soon as we were speaking about this, what was was there anything mentioned in there about what we're doing with the crossing?
This is the one we're doing now, the crossing.
Okay, so can you summarize what
Yes.
part of it?
So I have a detailed description of the options, which I'm going to read, and then I have a condition. Let's start page 5, going on to page 6, paragraph B, specific variances requested. Page 5, the specific variances requested in the application are as follows. First, the applicant requests a C1 variance from ordinance section 16-19E6N3 to allow no sidewalk along Greenwood Street. Second, the applicant requests a C2 variance from ordinance section 16-4.14, which is incorporated by reference in ordinance section 16-19E6M1, to allow the otherwise required continuous landscape berm to be severed, to allow a sidewalk to be constructed leading to Greenwich Street, but only if option 2, as defined and described below, is chosen by the Township Committee. Let me keep on reading because I described the three options. During the public hearing, there were discussions between the applicant, the board, board professionals, and members of the public regarding sidewalk connections on Greenwich Street. Several options were discussed and presented. Option 1 is for the applicant and the township to request a traffic light and a crosswalk at the corner of Dumont Road and Greenwich Street from Warren County to permit those walking along Dumont to safely cross to the side of Greenwich Street that has an existing sidewalk. Option 1 includes a crossing guard at the township's expense during school hours. Option 2 is for the applicant to construct an asphalt path from the property, cutting through the berm, running along the border of Block 26 lots 4 and 5, and connecting to an extension of the existing sidewalk along Greenwich Street. The Township Committee will decide whether to extend the sidewalk along Greenwich Street to Yvonne Way. If the Township Committee does not approve the extension of this sidewalk, then Option 2 is not required or permitted. Option 2 requires the above-referenced C2 variance relief because the otherwise required continuous landscaped berm would have to be severed to allow a sidewalk to be constructed leading to Greenwich Street. The board takes quasi-judicial notice pursuant to Board Rule 246 that subsequent to the hearing on the application, but prior to the adoption of this resolution, the Township Committee voted at its meeting held on June 20th, 2019, to also explore an Option 3, whereby the applicant and the Township would request that Warren County install a crosswalk with blinking crossing lights at the intersection of Greenwich Street and Dumont Road. Option 3 would also involve a crossing guard. So I lay out the two options that were discussed during the meeting. I lay out a third option that wasn't discussed during the meeting, but was discussed prior to the adoption of the resolution. Township Committee, in public, discussed it and said they wanted to add this third option to consider, so I've included that. Now I have a condition in the resolution. Just have to find it. Okay, so the conditions start on page 13. On page 14, you have the conditions from Mike Finelli's report. On page 15, you have the conditions from Beth McManus's report. And then on page 16, you have the conditions that board members brought up during the hearing. So even though this goes a little beyond Frank's question, I just want to point out some of the important conditions that the board brought up. For example, on page 16, C1, the board said revise the preliminary site plans to incorporate the layout shown in Exhibit A3. You guys remember Exhibit A3 was the alternate layout, which in the factual findings, I have the board accurately stating that the applicant brought that exhibit because they were responding to item 20 in Mike Finelli's report that suggested that they reconfigure the parking, and then there's also, the board wanted some landscaping in there. So condition 2 says revise the preliminary site plans to add a solid evergreen screen to the east side of the new parking area between buildings 1 and 2. Those are shown on Exhibit A3 to the satisfaction of the board planner and board engineer. Then there's a condition the board said, add a note to the preliminary site plan stating the applicant's going to arrange for a landscape architect to walk the site in the winter and the summer with the neighbors located on Yvonne Way to identify any additional plantings needed in the berm, and any and all such additional plantings shall be added to the final site plan prior to submission to the board as part of the final site plan review and approval process, because there's not going to be a summer and a winter before the preliminary plans are signed. Now, let me get to options 1, 2, and 3. Condition 13 on page 17. I got nervous for a second. Oh my God, I can't find a condition. Condition 13 starts on page 17. It says sidewalk options. The applicant shall request that the Township Committee select option 1, option 2, or option 3, as described above, and I read them before, for the proposed improvements in lieu of providing a sidewalk along Greenwich Street. It is understood that Warren County approval will be required. Under all options, the applicant's responsible for installing at its own cost and expense improvements on its property. The township and/or the county are responsible for improvements not located on the property. Further, the applicant has the right of installing blacktop in lieu of concrete sidewalks. The final site plan submitted to the board as part of the final site plan review and approval process shall incorporate the sidewalk option chosen for implementation by the Township Committee. Did that answer your question?
It does, but I just want to, when you let you know exactly what happened at the meeting, and you determine how, if you want to incorporate it in. If you have it correct or not.
Put it this way, I got an email telling me what happened at the meeting. I'm going off that email,
Well, I
because
can
it's,
tell you this, the town committee voted
Listen.
option 2,
listen, the applicant hasn't applied for it yet. The applicant has to approach the township committee and ask them to select. So you guys may have discussed it.
you said, just correct me, you said the town committee voted for the crosswalk as option 3.
No, I said that they created a new option 3. That's what I said.
Stated at the meeting, it was referred to be an option 2. Just telling you.
But you're saying, the township committee at the meeting altered option 2, correct?
That's how you want to put it.
Well, they didn't, they altered option 2.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Do I have option,
Anyway,
listen,
because this is what we did
Yeah, I
here,
think
and
what
what
John
the
is
township
saying here
did.
is...
in essence, what the email described to me was not option 2. It was a revision, it was a,
Alternative.
it was a...
New option.
It was a new option.
Yeah.
It was kind of like 2, but it wasn't 2. So, it's 3. You got, the township committee still decides what they want to do, and I accurately stated what I call option 3, in my opinion, accurately states what I was told in the email you guys did.
I guess the cat's out of the bag on this. Why did we choose to not require them to use concrete for sidewalks? I know that's less expensive.
It was concrete on their property. They asked if they could go with blacktop pads instead of concrete, because it is less expensive and it is an affordable housing project. This is not, if the sidewalks were going to be along Greenwood Street, they would have been concrete. But the board granted a variance for them not to provide the sidewalk on Greenwood Street, because basically it was going to be an unsafe condition. It was going to be a sidewalk to nowhere by the time, at least the testimony was, and Mike Finelli agreed, by the time you got to the end of their property, there was a topographic grading condition where it wouldn't be safe to have it there, and then it would have stopped, and there's no sidewalk continuing on. So the board developed these 2 options of how to get kids from the development to cross the street. All the options crossing the street involve county road. And so should there be a stoplight, should there be a blinking light, or whatever? And then, again, I was informed,
So the bottom line is, for preliminary, we have 3 options. And for final, before final, the township committee will have to, the applicant will have to tell the township committee which option.
the applicant will ask the township committee to
Okay.
choose.
So
one of
Frank,
the-
it'll be up to you guys to
That's right.
pick door 1, 2, or 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, Frank, the township committee couldn't eliminate option 2 that this planning board said they wanted. The township committee could create option 3, but they can't, the township committee can't eliminate something that the planning board wanted considered. You can then consider it and reject it, and guys could do what you did, was create another option, and I have it in here.
And exceptions to the landscaping buffer are only where the sidewalk is
That would
transected.
only be if it was option 2,
Understood.
yeah. And that would be, by the way, option 2 would be the only one with the blacktop. Any other questions or
Does
comments?
anybody have any other questions on?
Yeah, John, and I know maybe I'm looking at this closer than appropriate, but where you say,
Where are you?
the same paragraph we were talking, 13,
Yep.
okay. Where the resolution states further, the applicant shall have the right to install blacktop in lieu of concrete sidewalks. I know, but that obviously only applies in the one area. Do you think there's any way that this
Tell you
could be
what,
construed to...
I got a very easy thing. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cross that out, because we referenced up in the, when I described the options, up top, I described that was
Okay, because...
blacktop. Mike, no problem, I'm going to
Okay,
take it out.
okay.
I'm going to take that sentence out.
That's kind of what I was thinking, too. Kind of looked like it could.
It could apply to the whole site.
Could apply to
Clearly
the
it
whole
doesn't,
site.
so...
Yep, so that is coming out from page 18. I just want to make sure that I reference,
So you're not looking at it closer than appropriate.
no, it's very appropriate.
Oh,
with that.
well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to look, Yeah. On page 6, I state, option 2 is for the applicant to construct an asphalt path from the property. So that only applies to option 2. So
Okay.
it's good, very good catch there, Mike, to take that sentence out of condition 13 on page 18.
Yeah,
I
so you're
appreciate it very
removing
much.
the final, you're removing further,
Thank you.
I'm taking that whole sentence
the
out.
applicant shall have the right of installing blacktop in lieu of concrete. So you're just gonna
That whole
take that whole
sentence.
sentence
Out.
out. I'm good with that.
Cross it out.
That works. But yeah, the way that's written,
Yeah.
and I know what your intention was, but the way it's written, it doesn't look like
Correct.
it applies to...
Yep.
Okay. Does anybody else have any comments on 2019-02? Wow, I almost said 2019-01.
Remember, only 5 members are eligible to vote, because there was a split vote on that C variance. It was unanimous for site plan, unanimous for the C1 variance, but it was a 5-4 vote on the C2 variance. So only Beam, Chiucello, Williams, Cullen, and Hill are eligible to vote to adopt the resolution. So one of those people has to make a motion, and one of those people has to second.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2019-02.
Short roll call.
Paul Beam?
Yes.
Bruce Williams?
Yes.
Kathy Cullen?
Absent,
Gary Hill?
Motion
And
carries.
and Chiucello is
Absent, yeah.
absent. Okay.
Public, so now we're ready to continue with JERC. Public hearing, let's see, is this 2019-02?
Application 2019-02.
You didn't make it any more confusing, thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Thanks. Are you trying to get under the microphone?
Yeah, right, yeah, yeah. It's up to the board, it's either that corner or that corner. You might as well, you know what, Mike's on that corner, and there'll be a lot of engineering questions, you might as well put it in that corner.
Yeah, I know.
So that was re-noticed, correct?
Yeah, again, the newspaper notice was perfect, like I said, and so they didn't have to renotice that. We made an announcement, in any event, that the hearing was going to be continued to this evening. The notice that went out to the 200 footers was not identical to the one in the newspaper. They both listed the variances. The one that went out to the 200 footers never mentioned that they were applying for preliminary site plan approval. Probably not a problem, and I said last time, it was not my opinion that the notice was defective, but what I said last time was, since we were continuing to tonight, July 11, that they might as well take the opportunity to try to dot the i's and cross the t's and send out the notice again to the 200 footers. So they sent the notice out to the 200 footers, and they said, site plan. They didn't say July 11, it said June 27th. So the attempt to make it perfect failed, but again, I never said it was defective. All I said was, if the board ends up approving the application, and if someone ends up challenging it, and if the challenge is based on that notice, I said, since they created the issue, my advice to the board would be let them defend the issue and don't spend taxpayer money defending that issue. That's all I said. And so, in my opinion, the notice is sufficient But if there's a challenge to it, it's on them, and they're proceeding at their own risk,
The
correct?
notice is sufficient, but the applicant's proceeding at their own risk because there was errors in the notice.
Yeah, there were technical errors in the notice.
Are you satisfied with that?
Okay. Can we bring that easel forward a little bit, just so the board members can see it?
Let me show you where we had it last time. We had it right up here, blocking the photocopy machine.
No, sorry, I just told him to move it back there.
Oh, well.
There's no perfect place, unfortunately.
I didn't do that on purpose, Joe.
It's just hard like this guy's job.
Listen, if it's here, those guys have a hard time. It's 5 a.m., and it's 4 a.m.
I just said there's no perfect place. I rest my case. Counselor. Wait for me to start.
Okay, why don't you introduce yourself, and let's, yeah, but I want you to introduce yourself first.
Good evening, my name is Ansa Fee. I'm with Captain Law, and I'm the applicant for the ELC Partners 59 LLC. The applicant has an application for preliminary site plan approval and an application for a variance. This is with respect to the property that's known as Block 40, Lot 1.01. It's located at the intersection of Route 173 and Bournemouth Road. This is a property that's approximately 5.015 acres, and is currently being used as cultivated fields and does not contain any construction. This property is located within the NF2 multifamily housing zoning district. NF2. The proposed development that we're going to report tonight is just a single 3-story building that will contain 64 residential apartments that are available only for low and moderate income households. The unit distribution consists of 12 one-bedroom units, 36 two-bedroom units, and 16 three-bedroom units. The total area of the building will cover approximately 78,950 square feet and will include the development of 130 parking spaces. The development will also contain an area for a fitness center as well as storage facilities. As part of this application, we are seeking approval for a C1 variance, and this is from the obligation to provide a continuous 50-foot buffer around the perimeter of the site. And the professionals that we're going to have available for testimony today will include Robert Strecker of Solar Engineering.
Yeah, and all these, can you spell their names, or
Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T.
the last name?
Strecker, S-T-R-E-K-E-R.
And he,
Solar Engineering.
okay, he's the PE, he's the applicant's engineering expert?
Robert Hayes, who is a little bit delayed right now because of the weather. His last name is spelled Hayes. He's a licensed architect with USA Architects. Heather Balgowan, spelled B-A-L-G-O-W-A-N. She's our traffic engineer from McMahon Associates.
P.
Yes, she is. And Brian Seidel, who's a licensed planner. The last name is spelled S-P-I-D-E-L. He's our licensed planner. And then we also have our principal, Patrick Turbo, T-E-R-B-O-R-G, with TV Plus Cameras.
Okay, so he's not the principal, he's one of the partners, so he's the applicant's representative?
Yes.
Okay, so let's get everyone sworn, including the board's engineering expert, Mike Finelli, and the board's planning expert, Beth McManus. So everyone whose name was called, please come on up.
We're missing Robert Hayes.
We are missing
So
Robert.
somebody remind me.
When he comes in.
So can everyone raise their right hand? Does everyone swear that testimony they're going to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, now start over here, we're going to go right around the horn, just so we could put a face to a name. You are?
Sure. Brian Seidel, land use planner. Patrick Turber,
Applicant representative for purposes here, right?
Heather Balgowan, traffic engineer.
Rob Strecker, Bowler Engineering,
You're the,
Site Engineer.
right?
Mike Finelli, board engineer.
Beth McManus, Land Use Board Planner.
Okay. Now, we already took care of the notice, so I think all the preliminaries are out of the way. This is the commencement of the hearing on the application. On June 27th, the hearing did not commence. That was just about completeness waivers and completeness.
Since I've already made my introduction, it probably makes a lot of sense not to wait for the time to just go forward. We'd like to provide a permanent engineering testimony, and then we'll address the July 11th initial technical review report that was presented to us. So with that, I will hand it over to Rob.
Okay, thank you. Before I get started here,
You gotta get them qualified. Right.
Do you mind, can you provide any detail on any training or anything?
sure. I'm a 1997 graduate of Stevens Institute of Technology in Hoboken, New Jersey, where I received my Bachelor of Engineering degree. Since that time, I've been working as a civil engineer, mostly in the site development field. I'm a licensed professional engineer in New Jersey as well as New York. Been qualified in front of over 100 municipalities within the state, although I've never been qualified in this town previously. Worked for engineering in Warren, New Jersey. Did not work directly on this application, substituting for Brad, who is unavailable tonight, but I have reviewed the plans and comment letters and hope to be able to answer any questions you might have.
I think we can recognize. Pardon? Does anyone have any questions on Mr. Stryker's qualifications? Anybody from the audience have any questions?
On qualifications? No questions. You want to accept them on behalf of the board as
Yes.
an expert?
I accept him as an expert. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two exhibits that I would like to work off, so if I could mark them now, is that
Yeah, so,
protocol?
yeah. So we have exhibit stickers, and let's ask, you want them in the upper right-hand corner or the lower right-hand corner?
I don't
on
care.
both?
Doesn't matter.
You don't care?
Probably the lower is better when I...
Okay, lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, let's do lower.
You have two exhibits, you said?
There'll be more with other witnesses.
I'm going to, here, take your two exhibit stickers and put them on and then describe the two exhibits.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lower right.
Okay. So Exhibit A1 is an aerial exhibit prepared by Bowler Engineering. It's dated June 27, 2019. It's been marked as Exhibit A1. Depicts generally the existing conditions of the site. It has outlined the property in question in yellow and red, identified as site on the plan. We can see the surrounding area, roadways, and the adjacent properties.
Not to cut you off, it looks like the architect, you look like an architect. Are you the architect that just arrived? So let's get Robert Hayes sworn in, just so I don't forget to do it later.
Apologize for my tardiness.
Just raise your right hand. You swear that when it's your turn to testify, everything you testify to is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you. Talk to you later.
Okay, so Exhibit A2 has been marked. It's site plan layout. It's really sheet 4 from the plan set that the board has, except it's been superimposed with the proposed landscaping and colorized for presentational purposes. It's noted as an exhibit here, though, for as July 11, 2019 is the date on
And what's the title of that exhibit?
site layout plan. Okay, so this generally depicts how the site would look in the proposed conditions. But first, let's start with A1. As you can see, the property is located at the corner of Route 173 and Voorhees Road. The property consists of 5.01 acres of land. We're in the MF2 zone, and this is block 40, lot 1.01. To the north of the property is Voorhees Road with an auto dealership across the street. To the east, we'll call it, for orientational purposes, is 173 with Farm Field beyond, and these are located in the RO district. Lot 1 wraps the subject property on the southerly and westerly side That is a preserved farmland, and that's located within the RCD district. So as we can see on the site, it's a cultivated farm field. There's really no development on the property whatsoever. There's two features of the site that we want to talk about that exist today. And one, you can see on A1, a darker area, that's where trees are located. There's a swale, a man-made ditch, that crosses the property and conveys runoff from the easterly portion of Lot 1 towards the westerly portion. Also carries runoff from within the subject property as well. So it's a ditch, man-made ditch in upland area, conveying less than 16 acres of land. So it's really an unregulated ditch. It just happens to cross the property. We'll get into a little bit how we deal with that in a moment. The second thing to talk about is the grade change on the property. From 173 to the westerly side of the property, there's a pretty significant slope. It's a 38-foot grade change across the property. And we'll see how we deal with that again when we take a look at the proposed conditions, but it affects some of the grading and how we handle stormwater on the site. So looking at A2, what the applicant is proposing is a 64-unit residential apartment building. This will be in 3 stories. The total height of the building is 39.24 feet, where 48 is permitted. 130 parking stalls are provided. That number of parking is consistent with the RSIS requirement, which would require 128 for mid-rise apartment buildings. The good thing with this layout is that it meets all the bulk standards. All the zoning standards are adequately addressed. So no variances and no shortage on building setback. From an impervious cover and building cover standpoint, we're also below the threshold. Impervious cover, we're allowed up to 55%, and the applicant's proposing 38.6%. And likewise for building coverage, applicant is allowed 30%, and they're proposing only 12.2% coverage. So not as extensive of a development as what your code permits, but fits well within the space that's provided here. As you can see, the building is located up on the corner. This exhibit is rotated slightly from the aerial. So again, we'll refer to Voorhees Road on the top of the page is north and 173 to the east, and you can see the building is located in that corner. The parking, sorry if I'm blocking. The parking is tucked behind the building, so it's not really visible from 173. Kind of tucked around the perimeter of the building from Voorhees as well. That swale that I talked about earlier is going to be relocated as part of this application, and then it's shown on A2 around the southerly and westerly side of the property. So it'll convey the same runoff from off-site that it did before, but instead of a straight line going across the property where it would interfere with the development, it's being rerouted around. Also on this westerly side of the property, you see this, you can see outlined on Exhibit A2 an area where the stormwater management basin is. That basin is going to handle the runoff from the now developed portion of the property. And that will be utilized to meet the DEP, SCD, and municipal standards for how we handle the stormwater. From an access standpoint, driveway is provided from Voorhees Road, and that's the only driveway connection. So we're not proposing any driveways out to 173. Your engineer, in his review, correctly identified that for a parking lot of this size, really you're supposed to have a center island between the in and the out movements. That's really to provide separation. So the applicant will make that modification moving forward, so we will include that. Once you get past the entryway, it's really two-way circulation throughout the parking lot. The aisles are adequately dimensioned to allow that. Parking is 10 by 20, hairpin striping to help people hit their spots within the parking field. And again, we see no issues with circulation on the property. One item to note is the trash enclosure, which is located on the southerly side of the lot. And it's really lined up well for a trash truck to come into the property, adequately pick up the trash, take it out. Trash enclosure is 10 by 20 as proposed, 6.3 feet in height and constructed of masonry material. The masonry material will match the building, so it'll blend in to the look of the building. That size of trash enclosure is large enough for a separate recycling dumpster as well as trash. The frequency of that pickup will be adjusted or really resolved as the plan develops beyond the preliminary state. Other items that were in the comment letter.
Yeah, excuse me, can I just interrupt you in 1 second?
Sure.
Thank you for addressing the trash enclosure, you said the masonry matched the building, but one more question on that. How about the gates? Can you remind me what those will look like?
Generally, that's like wooden gates.
I do.
That's what you think.
Let me look at that, and I'll get back. I don't recall what's on the detail.
Okay, thank you.
I don't recall that.
I can't remember what page it's on.
Yeah, I don't remember what the detail indicated.
No? Last, lots. Let's focus here. Okay. Chain link is proposed.
Right, so what Beth is gonna...
Do you think maybe we could get some wood gates?
Is to change that to wood gates. So the applicant agreed to change it to wood gates.
I think we can do that, yes.
Wood gates on the trash enclosure? Thank you.
Yes?
Nice.
Okay, and one other document that we need to provide as we move beyond preliminary and into final is the truck circulation route throughout the property for both the trash truck as well as the fire vehicle for this site. The drive aisles are all dimensioned at 24 feet. There's adequate radiuses. We don't anticipate it'll be an issue, but we didn't do that layout at this time, so we don't have that. But we don't anticipate a problem with that. As far as access for pedestrians, we're proposing a new concrete sidewalk on Voorhees Road and Route 173 along both frontages. Coming into the site, also concrete sidewalk, which will tie into Voorhees Road and across the frontage of the building. Also provide connectivity to the playground or the outdoor area, which is on the southerly side of the building. It's indicated on A2. From an ADA standpoint, site will be designed in compliance with ADA regulations. We don't have the choice, we must do that. There was a comment that flipped what we've identified as the van accessible space with one of the other ones, and the applicant is okay doing that as well. Lighting on the property within the parking lot is proposed with 8 24-foot tall light poles, LED light fixtures. I'm sure board's aware these fixtures are downward throwing, very focused on the ground where we want the illumination. It's not the older style light which produces sky glow. But if you look at the photometric analysis that was submitted, we have 0-foot candles at all the property lines, with the exception of at the driveway, where obviously we need a little bit of illumination there for safety purposes. As far as the lighting criteria goes, we see that we're compliant with the code from a lighting standpoint. And as I said, we have no spill off the property other than the driveway. Landscaping is a good story to tell on this property. You can see from looking at A2, there's an abundance of greenery on the property. 1,690 new plants are proposed on the property. 85 of those are shade trees, which are proposed at 3 to 3.5 inch caliber at time of planting, so it's a very hardy tree that's being proposed. 35 ornamentals make up that number as well, and 267 evergreen trees. The planting scheme for this site includes a number of shade trees around the perimeter, street trees rather, around the perimeter of the site. Internally around the footprint of the building, it may be hard for you to see from your seats, there's a robust foundation planting plan proposed on all sides of the building. We get into additional trees and screening planting on the perimeter of the parking area using a combination of shade trees, deciduous trees, and also lower level shrubs and more decorative plants. We provide screening around the trash enclosure on 3 sides as well. And we also screen the transformer, which is located adjacent to the playground on the southeast corner of the site. So it's a very hardy, very robust landscaping plan. More significantly than that, though, is the requirement in your ordinance to provide a 15-foot dense, hardy buffer specifically on the southerly property line and the westerly property line. And you can see, looking at A2, the applicant has accomplished that. It's being done by 2 staggered rows of evergreen trees being planted. That is further bolstered with a mix of ornamental trees, shade trees, deciduous shrubs, and other plantings in that area. So it's a very hardy, very robust green belt around the westerly and southerly perimeter of the site. In this one area, this is where we fall short of the code, and that is on the south side. You see a break in that landscape buffer. That's because that's where a stormwater basin is located, and that break is necessary for the emergency overflow discharge of that basin. So there's approximately a 25-foot gap in the landscape buffer in that area, and it's very limited. It's in a very limited area of the site. The basin has to be in that area because it's the low part of the property, and the water's going to run downhill no matter what we do. And we do have to provide emergency spillway in case something happens with the basin. So unless we take the landscape buffer and bring it well into the property, we're going to have to cross that buffer, because that's the way the drainage goes. So in that sense, there's very little the applicant can do to make that change. We think having the buffer where it's located makes a better plan than pushing it inward and having a consistent buffer. It does better for the community and the neighbors if it's closer to the property line than interior to the lot.
Can you point out that gap again with your...
Sure.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yep. Right there.
I know that the applicant's attorney said they were applying for a C1 variance, but it sounds like a C2 variance, because you're saying technically you could comply if you pulled the buffer in, but it makes better planning sense to keep the buffer out. That sounds like a C2 argument.
Yeah.
Yes, we feel that both of those actually apply, so we just pick one. But we talked to somebody to provide the support.
It may be a blend of both, because the basin needs to be in that area, and so does the buffer. They both need to be at the same spot.
Well, isn't this also like a critical part to why you need the break, and that's where the relocated swale is discharging? So that, to me, is maybe a better argument
Okay.
for the break in the landscaping, because the swale, which is now being relocated to the southerly and westerly property lines, is outletting at that point. So it's got to be free and clear of trees.
Got it.
So that would
That's a
make it
C1.
to C1,
Yep.
right? Yep. So you picked the right one.
And Mr. Finelli, that's a good transition
two.
to the next thing we want to talk about, just briefly, is stormwater management and that swale and how we're accomplishing this on the property. As designed right now, the design of the stormwater management system meets and exceeds DEP, SCD, and municipal regulations. We provide a significant detention basin on the westerly side of the property, and what that does, it controls the peak discharge from this property onto the adjacent neighboring lot. Obviously, when you provide a development on a piece of property that used to be a farm field, it's going to be a bit more runoff coming off of that site. That's how we're mitigating that difference. It'll hold and release at a slower rate. We're also providing a mechanical water quality unit, which is located adjacent to the inlet into that basin. And that's a mechanical treatment device for water quality measures. It cleans the water before it goes into the basin. Certified by NJDP for 80% TSS removal. That's what's being proposed. We've provided testing on the site to look at the permeability of the soil. We found that the soil below the cloud horizon really is not permeable at all. We have less than 0.2 inches per hour. There is no groundwater recharge occurring here at this location, so we're not proposing to do any at this time. What we are proposing to do is to deal with the off-site runoff that crosses the property with this swale that I talked about earlier. And, before I get too far off of that, in addition to that swale, we also have additional grass waterway swales that are provided on the northerly easterly side of the building. That's also something that DEP looks for as well, so we're accomplishing that here. For the off-site swale, we have rerouted it. We've increased the length of the swale. We gave the water a longer distance it needs to run before it reaches the discharge point in the northwest corner of the lot. We've made it less steep as well, so the water running through that swale is going slower than it does today. In addition, compared to today, we're controlling the runoff from the remainder of the developed portion of the property significantly, exceeding the amount that we need to hold on our site when we reach the slower rate. So one of the concerns that were brought up, and there was a meeting that was held between the applicant, the municipality, and the owner of Lot 1.
When you say a meeting was held between the applicant, the municipality, and the owner, you mean a meeting was held by engineers, the municipal engineer, the applicant engineer, and the neighbor's engineer, right? There were no attorneys there, there were no township officials there, or anything like that, correct?
No.
Okay, so why don't you
They're correct.
describe the meeting?
All right, so at that meeting,
And when did that take place?
Tuesday.
was that this past
Tuesday.
July 9?
Yes. So at that meeting, the representative of Lot 1 voiced concerns about that swale and concerns about potential erosion or conditions that might occur off of the site, off of our property. It might be detrimental to Lot 1. So in light of what we just discussed with the significant reductions that are being proposed by the applicant on the developed portion of the property, the lengthening of the swale, which slows the water down, the reduction in the slope, which also slows the water down that goes through the swale. We see no impact off-site. We don't see the mechanism for it to occur. We did say we would continue to talk to them and evaluate if they have issues or concerns that are raised. We'd be happy to discuss it with them. But based on all the facts and all the calculations that were done, we see that the existing condition would be improved.
Are there any representatives, either the neighboring property's engineer or the neighboring property's representatives? If you're here, can you raise your hands?
So,
Okay,
owner and my engineer.
okay, thank you. I assume we'll be hearing from you guys later?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I interject at this point? Obviously, Mr. Strecker was not at the meeting on Tuesday.
Right.
But there's a fair characterization of what happened. It was Mr. Bowler and Mr. Polt were at the meeting representing the applicant. And myself and Ms. Peterson, who's representing Mr. Slack. Okay. What was agreed upon, at least in my opinion, was that the three parties, you guys, Slack, and the township, would re-look at the drainage area, the contributory drainage area to where the runoff enters this property, because you have it at 15 or 16 acres. They had it at about 40, if I'm not mistaken. And so what we did was we have access to, obviously, 2-foot contour interval town topo. We made copies. One was supplied to the Slacks. One was emailed to Brad Bowler, and we obviously have it in-house. So we were the first step was to all agree on what the upstream drainage area was going to be. Well, because if it's 15 acres, and I don't take exception to anything you said other than this drainage area question, a 15-acre drainage area is going to create a flow of X. A 40-acre drainage area, or larger, potentially, is going to obviously create a flow of Y. Y will certainly be greater than X in that example. So that's the first step towards the resolution of this swale.
Has a resolution of how many acres is involved?
No, I don't know.
No, not yet.
Again, this just happened. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff happening over a short period of time here, and let me get this on the record real quick.
Yeah,
My apologies to the applicant and the board for producing this report this afternoon. We're finishing it today, but we were still getting information in literally as late as Tuesday. So we tried our best, and so I put the applicant in a tough spot, and at 4 o'clock, you got the report, so literally, it's a couple hours ago,
Well,
so...
quid pro quo. But what I'm wondering, is probably a pedestrian question, but I'm looking at the plan, and it looks like you have grass swales on, I think you would say, the east side, north side.
Yes.
The swale that you're talking about in the back looks like it might have a different construction, just based on the color. Is this
Yes.
rip-rap stone type thing? What's the construction of the swale?
The construction is a stone-based swale, so there's stone lining the bottom of the swale. It's still a 3-foot wide swale, but we've added stone to the bottom to slow the water down more and prevent erosion.
And if I may add, I think we also agreed that at the two corners, because the worst condition from an erosion perspective is when you're taking a channel, a ditch, and all of a sudden you got a turn. And you got 2 turns here. You got let's say a 45 degree here and a 45 degree there. So at those corners, we talked about armoring the entire cross-section of the swale, which would clearly minimize erosion and protect the downstream property owners.
Yes.
I would keep on going if he's done.
I'm ready to move off of stormwater, and I just have a couple more points to touch on. That's mostly utilities. There was a question if gas is going to be provided to the site. It's not. It's going to be electric in lieu of gas. Water is located out on 173 as well as electric, so we'll pick those utilities up there. We do have a will serve from the water company. What we don't have are sprinkler calculations and those kind of things at this stage in the game that we can go and finalize that.
But the buildings are going to be sprinkled, correct?
I think it has to be,
Yes.
doesn't it?
Yes. The other thing is sanitary. So I'm sure the board's aware there's a pump station proposed. It's within an easement. Pump station would result in a force main which runs further to the north and ties into an existing system. There was comment in Mr. Finelli's letter about the proximity of the pump station to the right-of-way or possibly considering a different location for that. We're willing to work with the town or DPW or whoever may have to deal with that to find a different location. Just want to keep in mind that the slope from 173 down to the site, it's almost a store. It's 10 to 12 feet down. So as we move that pump station closer to the road, the depth of that station increases, right? The bottom doesn't change, just the top part does.
I think you may have interpreted my comment differently than intended. There is a fairly steep slope from 173 down to basically the building elevation of the first floor. What my comment was intending to request was that access to the pump station, because it's going to be obviously municipally maintained, should be moved so as to provide easier access. So we were thinking actually to put it to the south end of the building. Yeah, somewhere out there.
Okay.
So just so that both for your folks that are operating the management team as well as our sewer maintenance crew can access the pump station a lot easier.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm sure we can work out the final. So short of that, I've kind of gone through, I've described in detail what's being proposed, what the applicant is doing to mitigate buffers and landscaping. We went over the stormwater. I think maybe it's just going through Mr. Finelli's letter, if it's appropriate at this time, to just check off whatever I might have missed in my direct. Otherwise, I think I'm set.
If you want to email us that, or go through the full review letter from Finelli.
do we want to go through it item by item, or do we
No,
want
I
to just
think we
handle
should
it
go
the way...
through-
Right,
Go ahead.
right. The way the board's handled it in the past with all other applications, if there's a comment that you agree with, don't say anything about it. If you don't say anything about a comment, I will treat that as if there's an approval, that's going to be a condition. The only comments you should talk about are ones that you disagree with, you don't want to have a condition, or you want it revised or modified in some fashion.
I'm just going to go by page number. The initial, on page number 3, the initial overview too, I just wanted to note that we have provided testimony, we also have a planner available to provide additional testimony.
If you're going for a C1 hardship variance, you have engineering testimony. If you're going to also go for the C2, I would put on planning testimony, but that's your call.
Then I actually moved all the way to page 5.
Okay?
Under natural I believe, many of these comments were addressed, by our experts, but on item number 5 under natural resources, this is a comment that testimony should be provided by the applicant regarding various anticipated impacts, such as related to schools, facilities, etc. We actually have a report that we're working on for community impacts. We're finalizing it, and we'd like to provide to the board by early next week.
Okay, that means that you're not seeking a vote tonight then, I assume.
We're wondering if we could make this a condition.
Well, I don't understand how that could be. This came up, if you recall, on June 27th. It's not a completeness item. And when a board member asked about it, I think it was actually Mr. Beam, asked about school projections, and we even said, it's not a completeness item, but we gave you a heads up that they were going to ask about it. So we'll see how things go, but if you're not prepared to discuss it tonight, and board members want to hear about it before they feel comfortable voting, that's going to put your vote off. But
Well, we are going to be able to talk a little bit about traffic, and we can, I think for the school population, which I think was the particular question.
that was a particular question.
So we had actually looked at that. We just weren't prepared to talk about the rest of this stuff, but for the school population, school-age population that would be generated by our project, we did say at our prior hearing that we are relying on the data that's been generated and provided as it kind of available online.
Oh, so you have done that.
Yeah, and so the population that we come up with is 44.6 school-age or project
Okay, yeah, fair point. Got it. Okay, you're right.
What was the data source that you said you relied upon online? Is that the Rutgers report?
It was the Rutgers report, and
Is that from 2006, or there's an updated one that came out in maybe 18?
I did go to your website.
Oh, okay, that's the online
Use
source.
the online
Okay,
source, yes.
okay.
So we're basically bootstrapping the information that you're providing us from information that we provided you. Is
Which
that
we
the most
suggested
current
that they could do.
information? Understood.
Yeah, so that school-age children data that I had put together references those two data sources I asked about, and that I was hoping that they had utilized. So, yes, it does utilize the most up-to-date information
Paul
available.
pointed out there was a discrepancy, and I don't remember the source of the
Just in
discrepancy.
the numbers, from when we first started to do this project
Mhm.
through both of these projects. Originally, I was under the assumption, and we've been information out, but I thought originally the total school-age children was somewhere around 60 from 120 units, and we're now over 100, because the Dumont is producing 54, this one's at 44.
I would need some time to try to evaluate that, but I can say it might be because a difference in the bedroom counts that, based on what's the minimum necessary versus what the applicants have proposed, 100% affordable housing developers will often include additional bedrooms, meaning additional 3-bedroom units than what is minimally necessary in the affordable housing rules, because that actually increases the likelihood that they'll be competitive and able to receive the funding. So the funding looks at it's based on number of bedrooms rather than just the number of units. It's a little bit different calculation than how municipalities think about it. So I don't know for certain, but that strikes me as one reason why the numbers might differ a little bit.
No, I mean, again, it is what it is at this point. It's just that an additional 40 students, that's a cost.
Mhm.
That's an impact to the community.
Right, but this planning board, judging this application against the ordinance,
No, understood.
correct. But if you want the information to know what the impact is, if the board members said they want to know before they vote, I think that's a fair thing on their part. But if you have something that you can have someone present to respond to that, you'll be all right. Because I just looked at Population impact, school, facilities, services, traffic, to me, okay, the fiscal, I just talked to Mr. Finelli, and he's agreed that he'd cross that one out. Now, if he crosses out fiscal, do you have witnesses that could testify about the rest of these here tonight?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Any questions on this one? And the next one we move on to is, for item number 6 on the same page 5 on the next resources, we will provide the same additional testimony with respect to the meeting adjacent.
Yeah, as to that item, let me just say something, because obviously, we'll see what, if Mr. Slack has the right to ask the engineer questions like anyone else in the audience has the right to cross-examine witnesses, and Mr. Slack has the right to have his engineer testify later. So after the board hears that, at the end of the day, for preliminary purposes, not for final, because this is one of the reasons that you did not apply for final site plan approval, because not only do you not have, you have sewer feasibility, but you don't have the sewer plans. You also don't have this drainage thing designed, because basically you don't have an agreement on relocation from the next door neighbor, Mr. Slack. But for preliminary site plan purposes, the board very well, if you meet all the ordinance requirements, could vote to approve it. It would be subject to a condition, though, of having that relocated. Okay, and that'll be between you and Mr. Slack, and then if you ultimately have some sort of problem, I guess you could always go to the township committee as the ultimate thing and ask them to, step in and maybe,
So are you saying that the township committee would be the arbiter?
well, put it this way, they might not be the arbiter, but they could do the ultimate thing, which is to say, listen, this is an affordable housing project, we're going to, by eminent domain, relocate your thing, and then, figure it out later, but that's up to them. But hopefully you'll work something out, so it doesn't come to that.
Then I move on to page 6, it's the continuation of the facilities. And again, we believe that we need to address comments that include identifying what a natural, item number 8, natural gas for the natural rescue provided, number 9, discussion of the program policies.
So your testimony was that there's no natural gas provided to the site, correct? And then, I'm sorry, 9?
Number 9 related to the temporary
Say that again, you guys speak a little louder.
And then if you could add to 9 that the gate on that enclosure would be changed to wood from chain link? I don't think that addresses the gate specifically, but if we added,
It's in the same area,
yeah. Well, they already testified that there would be.
There it is, actually, yes.
I'm sorry, continue.
and that is it. We usually is the rest of it.
Well, if I could just clarify the comment number 3 there, where it's the plans and profiles and specs for a sanitary pump station. That's at the time of final.
Well,
Yes.
put it this way. Is that at the time of final, or is that a condition of preliminary before you sign the preliminary plans? Let Mike think about that, he can let me know.
No, I think it could be final, because
Okay.
the reality is, we know we can
Prior to final.
get sewer from the site via one means or another to where it needs to go.
But the design might take some time.
The design
Okay, I get you.
could be done at final, yeah.
Got it.
Talk about provide information on the capacity of the solid waste enclosure proposed and expected volume of waste expected to be generated. Did I miss that? I didn't hear that.
Nope.
So I don't think...
So, for example, when Ingerman was here, they went through and by calculating the size of the dumpsters and how much trash was going to be generated, they figured out how many times the refuse trucks would have to come per week. And then the board put a condition on that one, that the refuse trucks only come weekdays between, I'll look up the hours on it, but that's where they're going with it. They want to know how many trucks are gonna be having to come through?
Yeah, I understand. I personally don't have that calculation.
Well, maybe when the next person's testifying, you can go back to the room and you can figure it out. You talk to Patrick.
Google.
That's, yes, because you can't get that without.
And your testimony was that you would kind of wing it as far as the frequency of trash pickup based on the amount of trash generated.
Yeah, so we had capacity for a separate dumpster for recycling and trash.
Right.
The size of an enclosure can hold up to 8-yard dumpsters, 2 of them. The frequency will depend on how quickly that gets full. I don't know that number. Right.
So what I'm hearing is we'd like some estimate of, I guess it would be a trip count?
Because what the board didn't want the trash to just sit there too long on the one hand with Ingerman, and on the other hand, they didn't want trucks coming in every day. So, again, you could talk with Mr. Torborg, because I'm sure he could get you some sort of estimate between the two of you. You can come back later and answer that question.
Okay.
Meaning later tonight.
Great.
And then I think we had a question about item number 7, whether the TWA would be a condition of final.
Mike, you agree, that'd be a condition of final?
Well, if we're making 3 a condition for final, then 7 has to be as well.
But 3, right, is a condition, the way I heard you say it, that's a condition that has to be satisfied. It's got to be on the plans when they submit for final, number 3. The
Yes.
TWA permit would be a condition of final approval.
Correct, yes, that would be correct. If
3
they
is
want to
prior to
file,
final.
if they want to file for TWA in advance of final, God bless them. Obviously, they're going to need
And again,
township
just
signatures, but,
it sounds like
yeah.
we're nitpicking, but we are, because it's important. 3 is a condition prior to final. 7 is a condition of final. You have to raise that voice. That microphone, forget the microphone.
Oh, it's not, I'm just doing this for fun.
Yeah, you're doing it for fun, just project. That microphone's picking you up, but,
No, I won't say too loud, so I will.
listen, I'm too loud, you're not too loud, trust me.
We have no further testimony that we want to provide with respect to the city.
Okay, since it might be easier from a memory standpoint, why don't we open for questions for this witness, and then so first I'll ask the board, and then if the board concludes questions, I'll open it for the public to ask questions of this witness, and then we'll move on. So, starting with the board, does anybody from the board have any questions for this witness pertaining to the testimony? Paul?
All right, my first question is actually a question that arrived out of the environmental committee. Although they haven't reviewed this site plan, they did the other one. This was a question that came up. On the LED fixtures that you're going to have around the facility, and yes, they're going down and all that, they had suggested that LEDs with a red U versus the blue U tint is more appropriate because it creates less light impact overall. So they were suggesting that from the Environmental Commission. You know, they're only an advisory commission here in town, but it was asked if that could be done, and that sounds to me to be a simple thing.
Someone explain,
It's the temperature of the color, essentially. It's a cool, the typical, especially the older style bluish LED, which has been found to have impacts on wildlife, also on human sleep patterns, versus a warmer color LED that is closer to the older style of outdoor lighting, which, albeit was pretty yellow, so not quite that warm, but, somewhere on that end. So I think the typical temperature that's looked to is at least 3,000 Kelvin. I believe, that might not quite be on point, but I think that's right.
That's what's proposed by the applicant with this
3,000?
3,000.
okay.
Okay.
So can you check You said you're not 100% sure?
Yeah, could we do the LED temperature? I'm not quite sure if that's the correct technical term, but the LED temperature to the satisfaction of the board planner, and if it's not 3,000, if it's 3,100, we'll be able to work that out with the available lighting
That's
fixtures?
a good idea.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, and I still have, we'll go through my list here and then everybody else can. And this one just cropped up when we were discussing the sidewalk on Voorhees 173.
Yes. Want to do the parentheses,
Talk
Calvin.
about sidewalks
To
that
indicate
lead
the
to
unit.
nowhere and go nowhere. I don't know, why are they here? Does it have to?
Okay, why are they here? Because the ordinance requires it. Now, if you're suggesting that they apply for a variance to not have them, you can certainly say that, but the reason that they're showing them is because the ordinance requires it and they're complying with the
I didn't
ordinance.
know that. I would certainly suggest that because those sidewalks go nowhere.
Well, that's, I think, a quick straw poll opportunity, because I don't want to waste time on it, but that's
Well,
an excellent
well,
question.
no, Gary Hill has some comment on it, so.
Gary?
Well, and initially my agreement was that, yeah, they go nowhere because you wouldn't want somebody trying to cross 173 there. But if we talk about county buses picking people up, it would be much easier for them to be picked up there at the corner if they were able to walk up that sidewalk before the county bus coming into the facility.
And school buses.
And school buses.
Mhm. And also, there's a big development opportunity across Route 173, the Dowell site, which is, I think, clearly going to be developed one day. So it's possible that the township and the may want to have the ability to move people between this property and that property ultimately, whether it's a job center or
You're
housing.
answering my questions.
Let me ask you just a quick question. If we don't build it now, we probably never get it, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, it's gotta be now. Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I got it. And then I guess my last question that I've got some concerns with, on your landscape plan, and it has nothing to do with where anything is. Again, it's coming down to the choice of a couple of plant products. One of which is you have on here,
To give you some background, this guy's a landscaper, okay? So, you're supposed to bring your specialized expertise to the board, so he knows what he's talking about and he knows what he's about to ask you.
And I put my glasses back.
Yep.
you have 90 Doug firs that you're planning on planting throughout the project? Yes. There is a disease, and it's not so much affecting the size that you're planting, but Doug firs that are 10, 12, 14, 15 foot tall, and even larger, are being ravaged on the East Coast by disease, to the point where landscape, we don't even plant them anymore, and short of just the Christmas tree farmers who are selling them at that 6 foot point, Marlon, I'd hate to see 90 of them get put in, and then 10 years from now, 90 of them come out. I think that's a big long-term mistake. And the only other one I'm going to question is in your oak family. Again, bacterial scorch and sudden oak disease is starting to plague oak trees out here on the East Coast. The red oak might be the least affected by the subject matter. I would defer to specialists at Rutgers if they felt that was okay.
Which issue is that?
Which one?
The red,
Oak
the
trees.
red and the pin oak and the red oak, between the two of them, you have 28 trees. It's not significant, but again, 10, 15 years down the road, I hate to see these trees go belly up.
Beth, did you work with these guys on the actual landscape plan?
Not on the plant selection. I don't
I think that
think we...
might be...
Well, these are typical in the builder's book, and
I
they're
understand.
approved plantings, but, things have changed a little bit on them, and so again, altogether, that's 130 trees that 15 years from now might be coming out.
So,
Are you
others-
talking, okay, so, yeah, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole on this thing, but I think if you have a recommendation instead of Douglas fir, are you talking about adelgid issues with those, or what?
No, that
disease
would have been
issue?
more with the hemlocks and stuff like that. Again,
Do you have any suggestions you can make to them?
Well, there's a ton of Norways here, which is what we substituted, so they kind of already gone with a large number of the substitute trees that I'm personally using. I mean, there's a variety of white spruces and, not blue spruces, mind, because that, we've already gone through that, they're also...
I'm gonna make a suggestion, and maybe you talk to Beth offline and make some suggestions and have her review the plan. Would that work?
Why don't we make the plan selection, subject to review by the planner with the, swapping, I'm not sure the language, but ultimately, swapping all or some of the Douglas firs, the pin oaks, and the red oaks. And, Rob, or maybe Brad Bowler, and I can coordinate, and Paul, we'll bring you into the discussion as well to make sure that we're all on the same page about the best plants that are likely to live long-term.
How's that sound?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Anybody else on the board have any questions? John?
Not proposed.
Are there street lights along 173 coming up?
No,
Not now.
no.
I do not.
And 173 is a
State Road, State Highway Route 173.
There's obviously fairly significant lighting across the street at the auto dealership.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest, as to the signage, that a condition say no signage unless they get approval for it at final site plan, because otherwise it's not going to be reviewed by the board. Yeah.
I thought we had, I know for the other development, we had final say on the naming of it.
Well, they're not even proposing a
They're not
sign.
even proposing a sign
proposing
plan.
anything.
There's no sign on the plans.
So they're not proposing,
No-
that was my question.
No sign, no
They said-
freestanding sign,
Frank,
nothing on
listen
the
to what they
building.
said. They
No, not
said,
yet.
none at this time. That's what they said. So when they say none at this time, I'm thinking that I should put a condition that says, no signage unless and until...
What is the name of the development?
Just identify yourself.
Patrick Herbert.
Yeah, again, identify yourself.
Oh, it's there. Patrick Herbert for the applicant. I think you are correct in the development agreement. It was an agreement made that the signage should be agreed upon.
Well, not the signage, the name of the development.
Would be agreed upon with the council, the township council. So we can actually discuss at some point what would be appropriate. We haven't decided on it.
Yeah, I suggest that, if at all possible, don't discuss it tonight.
You should propose some names and get it to the township committee.
Right.
Yeah.
But not here. Right, correct.
Any other board members? Go ahead, Frank.
One question. The density of the tree line on the bottom and my left, it looks more dense than the top and the right.
Yes.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, the ordinance requires a buffer, it specifies number of trees, quantity, percentages of evergreen versus deciduous. So it's intended for the southerly and westerly
What is
sides.
that part, the bottom, what's that property against? What's the property that's next to that?
It's
Farmland.
Farmland, so it's all farm.
And the testimony was that's preserved farmland, correct?
Yes.
Are you sure about that? That's preserved
I
farm?
wasn't aware of that.
I didn't think it was either. I don't think it's preserved.
I'm looking at the...
Yeah.
I apologize.
No.
No.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yes, but not yet.
Is it in the preservation area maybe?
Well, yes, it's in the preservation area. Maybe that's why somebody might, okay. Yeah, but it's, no, it's not. Excuse me. It's, no. It's a planning area. It's
It's in the
planning
planning
area.
area, and it's
Yeah.
not preserved as
No,
far as
and
I
it's not
know.
a preserved farm.
Okay.
I apologize.
I mean, I was just wondering, and I think it's nicer, the denser part of it, but no big deal, but I don't know if else feels we can make it denser, or if we want to, on the other part.
I mean, I will say the trees that you see on the four property lines, there are two different distinct purposes. So I forget how we're orienting it, the...
North is up.
All right, north
Yeah.
up. So the west and the southern property line, these are intended to be screening buffers in order to prevent, or at least screen the view of the proposed project from from the one surrounding property, which is currently agricultural use. So that's intended to be a screening buffer to really filter the view and cut down how visible the site is from those two perspectives. The trees or the plantings that you see along Voorhees and Route 173 are not intended to purposely screen and prevent view of the site. It's rather intended to be shade trees, which do provide, somewhat of a filtered view of the property, but it's really about creating a street tree, a line of street trees on the property from an aesthetic purpose, but not for the purpose of screening the site. There are two different reasons why the...
It's not a big deal, but if I was living there and I could get a fence line of trees along 173, I would prefer that. Break, cut down on the noise or whatever, but it's not a showstopper.
Okay.
Just figured to throw it out there. Nobody else feels.
Well, Frank, also, just be advised, and we touched on this earlier, when you're driving on 173, hypothetically, you're going to be at the second story of this building. The first floor is going to be well below Route 173. So they're going to have, some degree of protection from noise, but, I mean, obviously, there's going to be traffic noise that they have to deal with, clearly.
Ray, I've got one.
Yeah, I don't think he even heard you. Speak up.
So where are all the entrances and doors on the building?
Wait for the architect.
They're on the interior, but the architect is here, and he has much nicer exhibits than I do.
One question. Yeah. Just one question. I'm sorry if you covered this. I might have missed it. But I was looking to have a sidewalk, a more formalized entrance to the outdoor play areas along the, sort of near the southern property line. So I think right now, it actually, it doesn't have a formal entrance to that area.
What we included, and you can't see it on Exhibit A2 because there's a tree over top of it, but there is a sidewalk that connects.
But we're looking at the landscape plan. C8. What plan should we be looking at to see that?
C4.
Huh?
Yeah, let's get
C4. C4 is a clean sheet, no, this doesn't show any landscaping. The sidewalk that's along the frontage of the building connects into the playground.
But isn't there a row of, but you can't actually get to the play area because you've got to walk through a planting bed.
Take a look at sheet 4 and compare it to sheet 8, is
No.
what Beth is saying.
No.
If you look at C8...
Just go look at C8.
There is a gap there with a sidewalk. There is a deciduous tree that'll be growing above the creating an umbrella. That you can see the parking. There's the walkway.
No, this isn't a revised plan.
Revised or
The play area
No,
is
revised. It's the latest, the current plan.
Guess what? We're looking at the initial plan, it doesn't have it.
Okay.
The revised plan that they did that on.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the play area fenced?
Right now, it's just kind of a space that's dedicated. I don't know if we established a plan for that.
I'll leave mine out, you just show
But that'll be included.
Does anybody have any, on the board, any preference of whether that play area would be fenced in or not fenced in?
Well, quite frankly, if you want to do that tonight, you can, but they have no details, and in fact...
Well, he just got guidance from some of the board members, so it's kind of as information for final, I would say.
What they agreed to is that all playgrounds and playground equipment shall be subject to Greenwich Township Land Use Board review and approval. That's everything, the material composition, color, everything. So, since they have nothing to present to you, if you want to try to do it tonight, you can, or you can just tell them they're going to have to do that as part of their final site plan.
I'm fine doing it at final, I just wanted to put the question out there, because I think the applicant probably got the information they need for final.
I think when we were talking about this development originally, I had made the suggestion about there being something that's along 173.
Right.
Because we knew there was going to be a play area there. So it could be satisfied with just the play area itself.
Let's add a condition now then, that the play area shall be enclosed with a fence, but again, all the details of that would be at the time of final site plan, yeah? Right, yeah?
I'm okay with that, I'm looking at the applicant, are you okay with it?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll decide at the...
Fine.
No, go ahead, Gary.
With regard to the transformer, Is that fenced, or is that, how is that protected from, because it's being right next to the playground? Are there any special safety considerations that are necessary for that?
That's a good question.
I don't think it's, there's no fence proposed now. I don't think there's a fence needed. They want clear space next to it so they can maintain it. It's enclosed in the, yeah, I mean, it's in, the transformer is actually inside
It's a big green metal box,
inside a box, thank you.
right?
So there's nothing exposed there.
Unless you have a diamond tip drill, you're not getting into it.
We have on the front lawn.
Yeah, they're all over the place. I don't think you need to fence them, I think you need to
Yeah,
screen
I
them.
wonder because of the building, if it's exposed any other, you know, if you guys had to deal with that in other facilities.
Yeah, Mike's comment, by the way, and I think he addressed it, was that he wanted it screened for landscaping.
It
Yeah.
does look like I can fit here in the screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where is the HVAC unit? Is it on the roof or is it on the ground?
It's on the, in the testimony of the...
Very good.
Well played. Any more questions from the board? Okay. Hearing none, I'll ask if anyone from the public would like to address this witness,
Ask questions of them or address issues?
ask questions
Yeah.
regarding the testimony that was provided.
My time, Mr. Joel.
Questions? Yep.
Yeah, you can ask
Questions.
questions about the testimony that he provided, just to organize things. We don't want to get too far off track, because there's other witnesses that will...
Right, in other words, after all their witnesses are done, then the board's going to say, okay, does anyone in the public want to address the board? I'm going to swear you in, and then you'll address the board on the issues. But right now, if you have questions on anything he said, now's the time to ask them.
We have testimony to rebut some of his site plans. Do you want it now or do you want later?
The testimony would be at the end, after, you can ask him questions now, which may support your arguments later on, but if you're going to supply testimony, you should do that at the end, and we'll swear you in.
I would like to know if the drainage area at this point has been determined. Apparently...
Well, come on up and ask. That's a question to ask.
That's a
So come on
question.
up.
Well, he needs to be introduced.
I understand.
I am Mr. Slack. I am the owner of Block 40, Lot 1.
What is your
of the
first
adjacent
name?
Property, David.
Okay.
Otherwise known as Mayor Slack in Cohasset Township. Anyhow, I would like to know at this point, Mr. Finelli, if you do have those determinations on what the actual drainage area of that swale is, and if they could be supplied to my expert.
No. When we met Tuesday morning, we all left, again, as I stated earlier, with that as our little homework assignment, so to speak. But I was really more concerned with trying to get a report out for tonight's meeting. So it's clearly, it's, as I stated before, that's front and center, in my opinion, as far as before this resolution of what we're going to do with the swale, the relocation, the cross-section, the protection at the corners that we talked about gets ultimately resolved. So no. I see your engineer in the audience, has she come up with the number?
I believe she does have a number in mind, and I said I would like this board to hear her at the proper time. I'm glad to sit and wait my time, that's fine. I just want to make sure that I get to speak my piece before this meeting is over.
Oh, yeah.
Try to have my issues addressed.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Do you have any other questions?
No, that's my only issue, is if, that hasn't been determined yet. At the end, we'll testify if it's 4 in or 9 yards.
Yep.
Thank you.
No.
Does anyone else from the audience have questions for this witness? Hearing none, then I think we'll move on to your next witness.
Thank you very much.
Just remember, this witness, consult in the back with Mr. Torborg on the school issue, and then one of the two of you come back and answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to bring up Robert Dees, our applicant now. Before we get started,
Qualifications?
Can you describe to the board any special training or licensing?
So I am a graduate from the University of Tennessee with a bachelor of architectural degree. I am a licensed architect, state of New Jersey, member of the
CIA. I work for USA Architects here in the Easton office, our main office being in Somerville. I worked for over about 30 years in the profession. Not in front of this planning board, but I have been working with others. Well, actually in Pennsylvania. I reside in Chatham Borough. I'm actually council president on Chatham Borough there. Grew up in Kingstown, kind of familiar with the area.
And have you had a chance to review the documents for the
I have, although just coming up the road today on the phone, when we saw the letter from here, I'll shoot anything that.
I apologize.
You shouldn't have to.
I still felt bad.
You don't have to.
Anyway, no. Next, no. It's not, right, okay, thanks.
Does anyone
thanks.
from the
Okay.
board have any questions regarding the qualification of this witness?
I have a question. Did you specify your license in New Jersey? In New Jersey, correct. I heard you say they didn't testify in New Jersey, so I wasn't sure why you had your license like that.
You've stamped plans that have been
I have.
submitted in
I
New
worked
Jersey.
in New Jersey for 7 years, then I went to Allentown for 23 years, and now I'm with this firm for the last 5 years.
Very good. Does anyone from the audience have any questions for this witness pertaining to his qualifications? Hearing none, we'll accept him as a qualified witness. Thank you.
I do, yes.
How many exhibits do you have?
You know, they were dropped off for us, so I have 1, 2, 3 boards. Maybe there's some additional drawings on the board there.
Let me take this off.
Okay, well, how many,
2, 3, 4, 5, 5.
okay, do you know what order you want to have them marked or not?
I'll look at the plans first.
3 to 7.
Move on to the elevation.
Just read it over
and then
here?
the rendering.
Okay, so let's get them marked first. Put them,
Must be right below.
On this easel, all right?
If you can do them in the order that you're going to present them, that would be
right.
awesome.
Okay, wait a minute, wait. So you have, what you're showing is, those plans are in the board's packet, correct? Or is that, what's the date on those sheets you have up there?
I have June 5th.
That's the same as this.
Yeah, so those, unless you've added any color into them, or you've revised them, you don't even have to market these exhibits, they're all in the board packet. They'll be demonstrative exhibits, so do you have any exhibits that are not in the board package, or that you've altered?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
The renderings, right, okay.
So
How
we're
many
marking
renderings?
Are they not in there?
Okay.
How many renderings do you have?
2 renderings.
All right, so take an A3 and an A4, put them in the order that you're going to do them down in the lower right-hand.
Lower right.
And also, I see that these are
Make sure they're
attached to the
straight.
boards, huh?
You're okay?
That's a good thing, isn't it?
That's good.
It's like a pencil, you can fold them up.
Oh, well then, yeah, okay, so, yeah, it's not a good thing.
Okay, so for the record, what is A3? Color rendering of what?
A3 is a rendering of the interior court area with the parking lot.
That's the rear of the building?
It's the rear of the building, correct.
Interior rendering of the rear of the building, and what's A4?
Hard to tell from the images.
It's color rendering of the front of the building, correct?
To the front, I would say, yes, to the entrance, yes. The entrance where we talked about needing the divider.
That's from Voorhees Road.
Voorhees
Right.
Road, yes.
Okay, just a quickie. Has anyone shown you a copy of the affordable housing agreement that they entered into with the exhibits on the back of it?
I have not seen that.
Okay,
no.
because what this agreement says is, so there's an agreement and there's an amendment to the agreement. The amendment to the agreement is dated May 16th, and it has 3 paragraphs. The second paragraph is entitled Architecture and Design of the Building, and it says, "The architecture and design of the buildings in the development shall be substantially consistent with the architecture and design of the buildings reflected on the two architectural rendering exhibits, which is attached here too as Exhibit B, except that the Land Use Board shall have the ultimate choice of cladding design and color, stone design and color, and roof color. And the two exhibits are colored different than what you have on those renderings.
That is correct.
So, can I make a suggestion? You should ask for a recess, and right now huddle up and find out what you're gonna do.
Okay.
You wanna take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, let's take 5.
No, you know where is it? Go get Bruce.
He's coming.
Might be, oh, here it is.
All right, there we go. We got Mike and Bruce. Bob Pedinelli. Bob Pedinelli's in the back. Mr. Hayes, yep.
Okay, the meeting's called to order. Mr. Hayes, you can continue.
I believe we marked 2 exhibits, and is my understanding you're withdrawing those exhibits, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so they're no longer Exhibit A3 and A4.
Correct.
Okay, so for purposes of a rendering of what the building's going to look like, what are you going to use?
We're going to use the exhibit that was...
Attached to the First Amendment to the Affordable Housing Agreement.
Correct.
Okay, so we do not have to mark that because that's in the record.
All right, good evening. Thank you. So we've been working with the developer for over 3 months on developing the plans and the elevations for this project, which is really what we're hired for. We talked about the heights established and the zoning, we meet those requirements. So really, we look at the footprint of the plan that's really established by, starting with the site. And it was pretty much given to us after you take in the site and parking and setbacks, you have a shape. And we fine-tuned it a little bit, but more or less it's the shape that we began with. Roughly, it's 70 feet wide, 300 feet long in that direction, and 160 feet wide in this direction. So this would be the first floor plan with Voorhees Road over here, 173 over here to the east.
Yeah.
North, we're calling that, I think?
No, east, no, yeah, north,
Correct.
east.
North,
Yeah.
right. So this is affordable housing. We have 64 units overall in the 3 floor plans. So we developed the L shape. The parking is in this area here. Your main entrance being here to a lobby, a leasing area, management office. There's a lounge there. There's also a stairway here. It's really developed 1, 2, 3 stairways as your means of exits. The rated stairs, 3 floors. Come down, you can go directly outside from them to exit the building in the event of emergency. So there are 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. There's 12 1-bedroom units, 16 2-bedroom units, and 36 2-bedroom units, and 16 3-bedroom units. 3-bedroom units kind of anchor the corners, if you will. We move up to the second floor. All the floors are basically the same. On the second floor, we do have a fitness area here in this location. We talked about the playground that was here, so you exit the building via the walkway, you get to that playground. So I mentioned the lounge on the ground floor, the leasing, the lobby. And so we talked about the materials. So this was a rendering that was submitted with the amendment. Our rendering still looks very much like this, except for the colors. Materials are basically the same. We have the gable roofs, we have the thin set stone, and this is vinyl siding. That's what we're proposing, along with vinyl windows. We also are, and I don't know if I can do this now, because it doesn't represent it here, but we have added some fiber cement boards just in here to articulate and dress it up a little bit. So we're thinking of the colors, the massing, stone. That's where we are.
It's supposed to be substantially similar, so if that's substantially similar, and you think that that adds to the look of it, you'll say that, but let's see where it goes.
Okay. And it's really one color shown here. This darker is shadows on the perspective here. So there's a light tan color, and, you know, like say artistic license, architect's license to projects evolve as you go along. So we just felt that the colors that we proposed were better, and that's what we went with here. So we go around the building, rather than have a straight plane, we popped out occasionally these areas here, just to gain a little interest. And then we've also put a dormer and roofs there. Again, it's just to articulate the building, step it in and out, make interest in it, create shadows. These roof pitches are 9 on 12. That's 9 inches of rise and a foot. The main roof, the gable roof going over top, is 4-inch rise and a foot, 4 and 12. It's an asphalt shingle roof, aluminum gutters. And again, as I said, the thin-set stone, which we've used under the windows. We also did to kind of anchor the corners. On the corners, it goes full height, and then under the windows, as shown here, it goes up to the sill of the second floor windows.
Yeah, the exterior. Yeah, absolutely subject to final site plan. Yeah.
I assume that the applicant would have no objection if there was an approval, that there is a condition that everything that is in paragraph 2, and then the amendment to the settlement agreement would have to be submitted as part of the final site plan application. The, sample of the gutters, a sample of the fiber cement board, samples of the asphalt shingle roof, everything like that. So the board would actually have these samples and would review and approve them prior to final. The applicant have a problem with that?
Something we typically do. Everyone wants to see the final material.
Is that at final or
No,
prior to final?
That's prior to final. That has to be submitted with the
final application?
With the final application.
Okay.
The logo?
I think, really, it's generally the information I have. I'm here to present the building, the layout, the elevation, the materiality on it. I guess the only thing that I missed is saying that the 1 bedrooms are 650 square feet, the 2 bedrooms are 875 square feet, and the 3 bedrooms are 1,150 square feet. Yes, as I point out, there's 3 entrances. Well, the main entrance is here. I imagine these are going to be secured here. Okay, so all would have to enter here, and unless there is cars there. I
I'm
don't know
saying
whether
here,
we've gotten that far.
Here where?
Okay, so, as I mentioned, we have the 3 exit stairs located along with the main entrance. Okay, you have the main entrance. Obviously, that's where a visitor's going to come, a delivery's going to come, the mail's going to come to get to the mailroom. What I'm not sure, and perhaps Carlos, my colleague, we have to swear him in, if these are going to be secure doors, that is...
Okay, go back there, let him tell you. You can testify, you're an expert, you can rely on something another expert tells you without that person having to be sworn.
So, is there an elevator in this building?
So, that's what I tell us to be, because we do all this stuff here and there.
Thank you. Well, as I expected that
Don't get rid of drill.
a resident can enter in the stair, particularly if it's units here or here, as opposed to going here with card, swipe. So they are secure doors, so not just any stranger can get in. So that would be, on the parking lot side to the west, near the main entrance at the 90-degree intersection of the building, and then to the west elevation on the south one.
So all the entrances would be secured by key card?
Yes, yes.
And then is there, all the access to the various floors is via stairs? There's no elevator or lift? Or
That's correct. That's correct.
Do you have other diagrams that you want to...
Not really. I have the other floor plans. I guess I could quickly go through them, but they mimic
first floor, second floor, we have the fitness area. There's also a storage room on the corner in each room. There's electric and mechanical room. Each of the units has a vertical unit ventilator type system in it, all intact, run electrically, okay, not gas. So there's closets established in each of the apartments to house that, and there's a louver on the outside to get the fresh air. Again, more of the same.
How about, all of the units, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, all have full utilities, washer, dryers,
Yes, there's laundry rooms.
dishwashers, and...
Here are the layouts, the one bedroom, your main entrance, open up to a kitchen, to a closet, laundry room, a bath, one bath, living room, obviously one bedroom with a walk-in closet.
So where's the laundry room?
In this one bedroom unit, the laundry room is here to the left. off
And there's
the main
enough room for a
entrance.
washer and a dryer in the laundry room, is that correct?
I think it's a double unit is what it's showing here, because there's one item.
Like
So
a
it's
stacked
probably
item?
top and bottom.
Stacked.
Yes, stacked units. 2 bedroom, again, you walk in pretty much as you would expect. You walk into the kitchen area, the laundry to the left and the right, the living ahead, bedrooms left or right. Again, the layouts are the same, but really design these efficiently. 3 bedrooms, you get, or even in the bathroom, you get the lavatory, the water closet, you get, a tub in there. I think in the 3 bedrooms, there's 2 baths within the unit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we didn't hear you either.
HVAC.
HVAC, she wants to know.
Yes. So, the HVAC, so there's a closet in each unit, where a vertical HVAC unit is housed, electrically run. There'll be a louver in the door here, and there's a louver out to the outside also. So that's your heating and cooling system for each of the apartments.
Is there any rooftop equipment?
No.
And then there's no ground equipment either, I would presume?
No, there is a mechanical room on the ground floor where the water
Yep.
service comes in, you have the meter, things like that, but that's the interior.
Okay, so if there's a condition imposed, no rooftop or ground-mounted HVAC equipment, that's fine, because what you've designed here doesn't require that, correct?
Correct. Doesn't require it, and we design slope roofs, so we allow it to be that way.
Mr. Hayes, can you also talk about trash? Trash that comes within the building, within the floor?
Yeah, so there's, not seeing what I was looking for. I thought I would see a trash roof. I'd like to take the opportunity to speak to...
But why don't you have a consultation?
Yeah. So at each corner here, at the location of the corner, there is one for each of the residents to put their trash in.
To each floor.
Correct.
And then the next question is going to be, okay, who empties that to the trash enclosure? Is there going to be a resident manager here or an off-site manager?
Yeah, I believe we
Not
have a
sure.
resident manager on site.
There is a management office here, yes.
Does he live there? When you say... Okay.
Let me check, but I believe, so one of the units I believe is for the management, on-site
Does that
Why
mean
don't you
there's
check?
65 units in the site?
Let's check first.
I need 60.
She's wrong. There has,
You need an extra unit if you have a residential.
Yes.
because there has to be 64 affordable units.
Yeah, and a manager's unit is not an affordable unit.
Yeah, right, that's a good point, you're right.
What's
So
the answer?
This one should be good. Yeah.
Hold on.
The manager's unit's an affordable unit, so you're gonna have to find a manager who qualifies.
That is very unusual, and oftentimes affordable units are not permitted to be employees of the particular property, because what happens is, if the person does not perform their job duties properly, they may lose their job, therefore they lose their housing, and then we have a problem in uniform housing affordability controls, because we're not able to evict affordable housing households for purposes of employment
Right, and
concerns.
the other problem is, all the affordable units are by lottery.
Yes,
So
yeah, and
you- if
affirmative
you hire-
marketing,
So
yeah.
if you hire, you can't go out and say, okay, we want to hire a manager, but only a lower moderate income manager, so you qualify the person and pick that person, because now you violated another rule, which is you're not supposed to be giving preferences to anybody. It's supposed to be by lottery.
Yeah.
So I think we're at a juncture here where, barring adding an additional unit to meet the required, because we have to have 64,
Yes,
then I think we would have to...
The manager's got to live somewhere
Testimony
else.
that would say you would have a manager that is not a resident of this property, but would be responsible to
Right, manage
manage the property.
Right.
I mean, and it doesn't seem consistent with what your intentions were coming in, but I think that's the only way it works unless we...
Like,
go
for
back to the
example,
drawing board.
Ingerman has the office, the person lives somewhere, drives in, and the person's available 24/7 with a beeper. Now, with Ingerman, they have a larger organization, so they might rotate that thing. But you're going to have to put testimony on that you're going to have them, a manager that's going to have regular hours during the day, someone who can empty, for example, the trash bins on the floors into the dumpster, and be available if there are any landlord-tenant issues, and who's also going to be available after hours but can't live there because that person won't qualify, and the township would lose one of its 64 credits. They'd only have 63.
Correct. We can agree with that.
Okay.
okay.
So back to my question, what is in the corner? It's just a trash receptacle, it's not a chute or anything like that?
Thank you, Solicitor, for actually answering my question for me. So I have a clarification on that. The storage room in the corner would be where the residents would bring their trash. Stored in that room, then someone within the building, working in the building, would take that trash, take it down the stairs, and take it out to the dumpster.
Why don't the residents take the garbage out to the dumpster themselves?
They could if they want, but
Why don't we eliminate that? That just sounds like...
I'm not sure what the, well, I don't,
that's it.
Don't you think, Frank, your own garbage out?
Yeah, but if you live up on,
But if you're on the third floor,
you're on the third floor, Bill, and you happen to be in, because the dumpster's here, basically, and you live on the third floor over there, you got a long walk with a bag of garbage.
yeah, down a couple flights of
I
steps.
mean-
This is a convenience
Yeah.
to residents. I mean, I think it's,
Can you point out where the storage is?
So on each floor, there's a large
You're looking on the
storage
first
room.
floor, where is it on the first floor?
Honestly, I don't see that space on the first floor.
Can you go back to the ceiling?
If you live on the first floor, you don't generate garbage?
no, you walk. The first floor, you walk.
First floor, you walk.
The concept, right?
Okay, good point.
But there is that room on the other two floors, second and third floor.
I need to understand what your processing garbage is. I don't think it's real clear.
Understood.
I still think you should let them take out the wrong garbage.
I mean, I will say that it's really consistent with the trend that we see in multifamily housing, that apartment projects provide some of these conveniences that single-family homes don't because of the nature of how it's laid out. So they're doing trash rooms, and it's part of this evolution to create nicer apartment projects for residents.
Evolution to put trash in a room to sit for a day, then be taken out by somebody else.
I mean,
Sound like an evolution to that.
And then you got somebody that's gonna go from the third floor.
I don't know.
How many units on the third floor?
I mean, I can't live
Well,
there.
let's ask questions if we have questions. I mean, we understand the comment, and I think Dawn's question, that we have to understand the process
There's no
better.
elevators here, so if we just need to understand, where is it at? How often do they empty it out? How do they empty out?
Right, how are they getting it down the three,
Just the
right.
first floor, there are no elevators or even the freight elevators, so just, that needs to be clear.
You know, I don't think that's unreasonable. I think we owe you a bit more
That's
information.
another question. Normally when you have dryers, you have that little vent thing, and I didn't notice anything where the laundry rooms are on A104.
That's a very good question, where did the bank go?
What's that work in the building like this?
Is each unit gonna vent to the outside? Or are they gonna vent to a central system? If they vent to a central system, you're gonna have all sorts of lint
I don't think
problems.
we developed it at that point, at this point.
It's not a vent to the outside, unless they get a washer dryer system, European style, and don't use venting. However, it's very expensive.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have that here.
No, this is gonna be vented.
Right.
So you're gonna include that in the
Yeah.
show that?
So I don't know if we gather a few and, you know, they're exiting through the roof at locations, but I'd rather think it should go through the wall. But we just, we haven't got that far.
I have another
But,
question.
Yes.
It seems like the third floor, three-bedroom unit has a balcony.
through the walls, that's the holes.
I'm looking at the same one you just
Through
had.
the walls by the holes.
Well, right, exactly, especially where they are. That doesn't, it's not set up that way right now.
Are you talking about it right?
It's
Here?
number 4, the third floor, three-bedroom unit. It's circle number 4.
Number 4.
And that's a real sliding glass door with a real balcony?
This is a balcony with a slider door, yes, a vinyl clad sliding door and a railing, yes.
So I think we're going to need some sort of clauses in there that you can't, like, store your outlets.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's going to be facing out on the corners, right?
Yes, yes, typically those third bedroom kind of.
Okay, what's the square foot, what's the dimension of the actual balcony?
And if that's a 6-foot slider, so this is approximate. 6-foot slider, so it's 7 foot 6, 8 by 4, 8 by 4 approximately.
So, when you say no storage on the balconies, they could obviously have chairs that they're
What
using.
I'm saying is,
I know,
laundry, you know what I mean?
Well, what about
Stuff like that.
gas grills?
And I just want to make a comment. I don't think there's an ordinance that addresses this in the township, and that's part of why I say this. I think we want to be careful about trying to police the low-income units, the low-income residents, different than we would try to police township residents that don't qualify for low-income
if you have a single-family
housing.
home and you have a second-floor porch,
It's not a multi-family unit.
But it's still visible to all of the neighbor residents and all the passers-bys, and it's not something that the township regulates. So I just want to make sure that we regulate households in this community the same, regardless of whether they're low-income or whether they are able to purchase a market
and we
rate
can ask
unit.
the applicant if they have an idea that they want to voluntarily offer up, rather than the board imposing something on them. And what the board is talking about is aesthetics. Because the board obviously likes the architectural look of the buildings, because this board actually passed on those two elevations that are attached to the agreement. They reviewed them and liked them. They liked the idea of the balcony. So do you have any suggestions on
I'd
how
like to
to...
add something to that though, John, because I have seen in other projects like this where there's rules where they're not allowed to have gas grills on these balconies.
Is that what-
Because of the fire, so if you could address that
Yeah.
as well. I don't know if that's in our township regulations.
But let's, we'll put it different. Let's see what they want to come up with, rather than the board coming up with something on this.
I think what may be helpful is just to give a high-level view of how our lease and the tenants will work. And so, in our lease agreement, there are certain things you will not be allowed to do. For example, we will stipulate how you're supposed to carry out your garbage, if you're supposed to double back it or not, right? We will not permit storage on the bathrooms of the building because it creates other issues. So there are going to be general rules. For example, you're not allowed to smoke in your apartment, you're not allowed to smoke on the premises, etc. All of those things that we actually stipulate in the lease. For all intents and purposes, this is a market rate development. It's also a market rate standard, which is why we use the 9% tax credit. We're building a unit that will have stainless steel appliances, washing and dryers, hard service on the top, laminated hardwood floors, and we're actually leasing that equipment to somebody who is fully employed. And a person has to go through a background screening, a credit check, just like we would with market development. So we essentially have the same rules applying. The only difference there between a market development is that it is structured in such a way that it utilize tax credits to finance the development of the project. For the actual person that's renting that unit, being at a 30% AMI for one bedroom, and somebody making at least $9,000 a year, so it's someone that's above the minimum income today or just before the recent passage in New Jersey. As an example, the average, the median income for a household in this building is $42,000 a year. So the term affordable housing promotes certain things, but it's really a market rate built development with market rate amenities, with market rate style lease, etc. that will govern how the building is operated.
Okay, for safety purposes, is your lease going to prohibit grills on the balconies?
Yes, it will.
Okay. So, for condition purposes, I assume that what you're suggesting is that if the board grants an approval, that the approval should have a condition that will have minimum things that your lease will have in it, because that's what you've got represented. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So
It has to be consistent with the town zoning.
as the landlord, you can
No.
actually...
No,
No.
no, because they're offering it up, Frank.
No, I'm not talking about that. Did you mention that they said they were going to allow gas grills on?
No, they
No,
said
they're gonna prohibit
they're
it.
going to prohibit it.
I thought you said the opposite.
No.
So,
And that's fine,
and
because that's equivalent to like a homeowners association, if you have...
That's right.
That's fine.
Right.
so you can actually stipulate that the whole building be smoke-free?
Yes, you can. If you do not put it in the lease, it becomes an issue, right? That's in your lease, then it's actually
So do you have this lease that you would be able to provide as an exhibit, so we can
That's
see
great.
what some of these conditions are?
Attach the lease, make that a condition. Well,
Well,
I think that ship sailed.
yeah, that's yourself. That final approval, maybe you can ask them.
I'm assuming everybody would have cable. Is it like one cable, or everyone has their additional cable, and they can make a
Yep,
choice
right.
whether they
So-
want
so
to
but-
or not?
So what she's talking, well, let me answer the question.
Can they dish?
The board imposed a condition on Ingerman. No satellites, all the units have to be cable ready. Same that's agreeable, correct?
No dishes, right? You
No
want
dishes.
plain.
Cable ready.
I've seen places where they have dishes and they got...
Yeah, correct. Well, on the roof.
Again, we wanted to pre-wired
Yeah, so,
It's already here.
Only on the first floor.
and then when it gets to the second floor, you use the...
That,
They're not, I was going to say, they're not required to provide an elevator. I don't think they're required, it's certainly not an affordable housing, it's not an affordable housing rule that the amenities such as a fitness center be accessible to folks of all abilities. So I don't think they're violating an affordable housing rule, we're not in danger of losing credits, and I would ultimately have to defer to the architect, but I also don't think it's a building code issue.
Does anybody else have any questions for this witness?
Quick one?
Shoot.
Okay. Real quick on the, you said everything's electric. What?
Didn't say everything.
Is that
Said
a
that
choice? Is gas not available?
There's no gas to the site.
There's no gas available. Okay, just want to clarify that. You talk about the balcony. The only, last thing I got is, I know we said that the elevation has to be substantially similar to, can we get more specific on, as far as where the rock is? Can we get that in there, where the...
I'm sorry, where the what is?
The rock face that we said...
The stone facade.
Can you wait in for a second?
Maybe we could put that, to be specific.
Are you looking for like a certain feet up?
Just hold on. Hold on. Just so you know, this is what, take a look. You have a plan that shows exactly where the stone's gonna be. Now, if you don't like it, tell them. Well, they do.
We don't have a rendering, but it's on the plan.
No, well, you have a
plan.
plan elevation.
All right, then,
It's detailed.
okay, I'm good. That's it, that's all I got.
The difference is they went all the way up. But you can't, So just a question to the board, I mean, this architect was recommending a different color than what we picked. Do you still want to have the option to look at that, or is everybody happy with what we have here? And this is obviously a photocopy of a picture of a rendering of a, so it's not exact. I think we're going to need to see the materials to have an exact feel for the color.
Correct. That's what, I asked them if they would agree to the following condition, and they said, yes, the condition is, all materials, colors, etc., I'll make it a little better than that, shall be submitted for review and approval as part of the final site plan submissions. So all the details, at final, you're gonna have all the details.
Understood.
Of this stuff, but I didn't want those exhibits being entered into evidence because showing something that was not substantially similar to this.
I understand. And what I'm asking is the board still perfectly content with this as a general concept, color, with the color scheme? Pardon?
Right.
Correct, but we could actually ask to see other options, so we could have an idea of what they look like. I think the computer could generate a couple of renderings, and we could say, okay, the architect actually had picked other color schemes, which, I mean, I don't think an option is a bad thing. I'm just asking the question if we want to have other options, or if we just want to stick with this and...
If you want other options, say it, because if the board approves it, I'll make it a condition, and they'll have to submit other options at the time of final, along with something that's substantially similar.
I'm not good with the one you submitted.
Is anybody else looking for any other options, or are we good?
I'm good with it.
All right, then we're just going to move on. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody from the board have any more questions for architect?
Nope.
Okay, does anyone from the public have any questions for the architect?
Nope.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I did have one question.
Yep.
The type of door at the stairway, is it a solid metal door? Is it a door with a window? How is it? What kind of door is it? Obviously, the main entrance will be a glass style door.
Well, not obviously, that's probably a good question to ask too. I mean, I would assume that.
I thought it was, but I thought I didn't see that, but I didn't see the
What does that plan show, Dawn, for the door?
Yeah, I would think that there should be some type of a window there, so when somebody's going out, they're not
They
just
can see.
opening the door to a stranger outside, they can easily access the building.
I would agree.
So you want windows added to what?
To the doorways that...
All the exterior doors? Speak up so we can hear
I did
you.
not hear what he said, so I don't want to...
I didn't say anything yet
Oh,
You're safe.
regarding...
thank you.
The question is about
The question is...
putting
to Mr.
windows in the
right,
door.
The question to Gary Hill is, what are you asking them to consider?
Consider a window inside what appears to be a solid door at the stairway entrances.
Okay, so add windows to the stairway entrance doors.
Correct.
Is that agreeable?
It's agreeable, yes it is. A lot of times the fire department would want to see, they show up where the exits are and look into there and see what's happening. So I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Another question.
Yes.
What do the hallways look like? I mean, is it carpeted? Do we have any idea what that looks like, or are we gonna see that later?
We may see that later and defer to John. Do we know anything about the interior finishes? I just don't know whether they're that color.
Yeah. That's fine.
They're going to be carpeted, but we don't have final designs yet.
Right, that would be at the time of, you'd make that as a submission as part of final, because for the board to grant final approval, you need the detailed plans. And those are details for final.
Do we have any more questions from the board for the architect?
Okay, I'm just curious how we're going to resolve this dryer venting thing. Because to me, since your dryers are like almost by the front hall, you're not going to vent it out into the hall.
Correct.
So, do you end up redesigning
They're gonna have to figure it out at the time of final. That's
at the time of
detail.
final?
Yeah,
Because it could be completely redesigning the whole apartment.
that's their problem.
All right?
No, I don't. That's not my area.
I mean, you can run them across the trusses and get out if he needs someone. We've
All right.
done this before. We can resolve
Okay.
that and provide you an answer.
So would the testimony be then that there wouldn't be 64 dryer vents
No, there's
visible
gonna-
in the wall?
There's gonna be 64 dryer.
Well, no, he just said you could run them up and vent them in the eaves, which would not be visible.
If you start to cross-rent and add to...
I'm not going to engineer it, Joe, I'm just asking the question, are there going to be 64 vents on the outside of the building that will be visible?
And I don't want to answer that
Right.
at this
Smart,
time.
you're not answering that.
I mean, that was something that we really talked about our mechanical engineer about, to see what we would do there, but I certainly wouldn't want to see 64 vents.
But,
Fair to say we comply with the code.
Well, that's not what they want to know, okay, the exterior, what it looks like. That's different than an interior, where's the washer and dryer? This is an exterior appearance look, because on the elevations, the renderings that were attached to the agreement, there are no, dryer vents, on the outside.
There's almost an exact similar setup of what Sycamore Landing is.
What,
Sycamore Landing is the same thing, 3 stories, when it looks the same.
Right.
So we take a look. See how they have it.
okay, look, without making you a witness, but you can use your knowledge, just tell us, at
Sycamore Landing is the elevation we use.
No, I understand, but what do they have? Do they
I
have?
don't know what they have, so
Oh,
take a look if you're curious.
oh, okay. I thought you said take a look because you knew the answer.
all right, so,
No.
Okay.
but solving this issue,
should
you
take a look
don't
to find
believe
the
will
answer.
require a complete redesign of the apartment?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
We're not reinventing the wheel here. I mean, really.
Okay.
We don't even have all the, honestly, it's a conceptual plan. We laid it out, yes, we worked on the spaces, getting the sizes, getting the number of units.
Okay.
We know what the construction generally is going to be, but we haven't worked out the details, framing details,
All right.
wall sections, all that. So that comes later.
Okay.
Any more questions from the board? I didn't hear any from the public, but I'll ask one more time, just in case anybody's rethought it. And hearing none, then I think we can move, you have another witness?
We have one final witness.
Okay.
Well, 2 witnesses, one for traffic. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So I'd like to bring up Heather about...
What is it? What
That's
is
the
it?
Sycamore Landing.
Okay.
Sycamore Landing.
Yeah, sure. I'm a graduate from New York City University.
Sycamore Landing,
I
advanced.
have before. I am a licensed professional
state of New Jersey, certified as a professional traffic operations engineer. I am currently with McMahon Associates, a project manager in the traffic department, and I've been with them for almost 14 years. I testified in front of numerous boards in New Jersey. I have testified in Greenwich Township, but in Gloucester County.
I was gonna say, yeah? Where was that?
I'm familiar with the project. I did work on it, yes.
Does anybody from the board have any questions for this witness in relation to her qualifications? Anyone from the public? Hearing none, we'll accept this witness as an expert in traffic.
I just want to give a summary of the evaluation that we did for the proposed development. So what we did is we conducted an analysis of the adjacent roadway network. The study area included Route 173 and Voorhees Road. We conducted traffic counts at Route 173 and Voorhees Road. We then calculated the trip generation that would be generated by the proposed residential development. And we get this data from ITE, the Trip Generation Manual, which is a nationally accepted manual utilized by traffic engineers. It's really the only manual for trip generation. What we calculated for the 64 units is a maximum of 29 trips total for any peak hour, a commuter peak hour, which would be, the morning would be 7 to 9, afternoon would be 4 to 6.
What chart are you summarizing?
In our traffic impact study, it's page 3. In table 4, the vehicular trip generation. And that corresponds to about 1 new car every 2 minutes within that peak commuter hour. So it's an insignificant amount of new trips along the roadway. After we calculated the trip gen, we then assigned it to our study area network. Based on the existing traffic patterns from our counts that we conducted, we found that about 60% of the trips would most likely be coming from the west along Route 173, and about 40% would be approaching and departing the east along Route 173. We analyzed the road, the intersection. We grew the volumes to, I believe it was 4 years, to the year 2023. We applied a growth rate which takes into account maybe other planned developments that we do not know of. So it grew the volumes to what could be when 2023. And the analysis shows that the intersection of Route 173 and Voorhees Road, as well as the proposed driveway along Route Voorhees Road, will operate acceptably. And really negligible impacts to the existing roadway network.
So when you say acceptably, that means without any adding of any traffic control device or any...
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The difference between without development and with development, the increase in delay was very minimal.
So,
it wasn't even 1 second, I believe.
So what are the level of services before and after?
They remained the same. The only thing that increased slightly was the delay. The levels of service at the driveway are level service
But
A.
tell us which of your figures.
Oh, sure. Figure 5D shows the level of service with the proposed development.
So start with the level of service without the development. That's 5A.
5C.
That's 5C.
Yeah. So after we grew the volumes. So if you want to compare 5C to 5D, the level of service remains exactly the same. The only thing that would change slightly would be the delay.
Okay, so the delay on which one, but you're saying the delay change would not slide like an A to a B or a B to a C?
Yep, correct.
So
you're not going to see any drops in levels of service.
What's the level of service at Voorhees and 173? Is that A?
It's at the stop control.
At B? Okay. And it'll remain B?
And it will remain a B.
Okay. And you said the driveway is an A?
Driveway is an A, yeah.
Okay.
There's very, very little traffic along the way.
I'm sure.
Did you do this after the bridge was after the bridge was closed?
Yes, we did. I can tell you the date of our count. They were 2019.
Had to be if the bridge was closed.
May of 2019, and typically when we conduct traffic counts, we do it when school's in session. That's when they're higher, and it's a typical, the volume is typical.
But there's like an order of magnitude.
Donna, you gotta talk louder.
Sorry. I think it should be noted that I believe you saw that 173 bridges out. So there's a detour, and there's less, is there less traffic there? I guess I'm not sure. With that bridge being out, and the detour, is there less traffic so that all the numbers that you're presenting now are actually suppressed?
I will have to check on that.
When did you pick up the numbers?
May, no, the numbers
Yeah,
are suppressed. They absolutely are. The bridge is out, so clearly the 173 traffic numbers,
Do you know when the bridge
February.
of February is coming?
May of, 2 months ago, the bridge was open.
No,
Yes.
it was
Yeah,
closed
yeah.
in February.
No, yeah, it was way earlier than
It's
that.
it's an order of magnitude less traffic now than there was.
Oh, it's significantly.
And I can, instead of conducting traffic counts, NJDOT and/or DVRPC, they always have traffic counts, from recent, years. I can just go take a look and I can, supply you guys with the difference and quickly I can rerun the analysis. But I can, just by, knowing the intersection and, I could say that it's still going to operate effectively.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm no traffic expert, I'm just a land use attorney. Now, assume that your level of service, some of them might be off because the traffic is suppressed. But in your opinion, pre-development versus post-development, is whatever the level of service is it going to change?
Absolutely not.
Okay, explain why.
Because what this development is generating is, what did I say? I think it was one new car every 2 minutes. So
And is that one new car every 2 minutes during peak hours only?
during peak hours, and then, and any other hour after that is going to be much, much less. So, when I talk about the peak hours, it's the commuter peak hours. That's when you see the highest volume on the roadways, that's why we study those hours. So everything that,
So the
other
service
than-
level might go down if we had that bridge in functioning, but it would go down anyway.
Right,
It would,
yeah, when you
the
compare-
project wouldn't be changing it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because the development's generating, is not generating a significant amount of traffic, so with development, no matter what, it's going to be comparable, very similar.
You should call the DOT. They obviously are going to be able to provide you with current numbers based upon their bridge project, so,
Yeah, absolutely.
and you're right, exactly, it's not going to make, it will increase, volumes, but I don't think the net result will be significantly different.
Does anybody from the board have questions for the traffic engineer? Wow. None? Anybody from the
No,
public have
well,
any questions?
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just,
Mike?
and we talked about this with Mr. Strecker's testimony more with the civil part of it, and this relates more to like internally through the parking lot. And I know I don't even know if you really even looked at that. That might have been outside of your scope, and that would have been with bowlers. Yeah, basically, did you look at the parking lot design, and you have any comments as far as adequacy and so forth from your role as the traffic engineer?
We looked at the internal circulation. I have not, run the truck turning.
The templates?
Myself. I believe Goldberg will be doing that, but, as far as the pedestrian circulation and other internal circulation, it should absolutely operate safely and efficiently.
Okay, did you also hear, and it was raised in my report, and whether you saw a copy of it, I know I didn't copy you, about the change to the boulevard entrance at the main entrance?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's not going to be an issue. Site distance will still be.
No, there's no issue with site distance, right?
I
Okay.
think they have one more.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Long here, but we have one final witness for Jordan.
Let me ask something. Mr. Sedell, are you going to be able to answer that school question?
I believe so.
Okay. Because if he wasn't able, I was going to suggest you don't call him. Mhm.
Check him out. So he just barely survived. Mr. Seidel, can you, explain in detail, any special training and licensing?
Sure. So I hold a Bachelor of Science from Temple University in Landscape Architecture. I've been working in the field of land use planning, land development consulting since 1997. I am a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey, as well as certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners and a licensed landscape architect in the Institute of the State of New Jersey. I've testified in front of numerous boards and commissions throughout New Jersey. I've not testified in front of this board, however, I have been qualified in front of, I believe it's Harmony, Township of Oakley in Warren County, and Livingston County. I am.
Does anybody have any questions for this witness pertaining to his qualifications as a professional planner? Anybody from the public? No. Hearing none, we'll recognize you as a professional planner qualified to testify. Carry on.
From a planning and land use perspective, this is a great project. The application that you're hearing for the facility is very much consistent with the zoning regulations. It is consistent with the highest level of zoning regarding uses, consistent with the use that's permitted for the property and for the zoning district in the MF2 zoning district. It's also consistent with the Vulcan area regulations for the development, complying with setback, building area, size, building height. You did hear testimony indicating one deviation from the standards pertaining to landscaping. The regulations for landscaping specifically indicate a property line buffer for the two property lines for the landscape is provided. There is this break in that buffer due to the stormwater management, and as was discussed, I do agree that the variance that is required is justifiable on the C1 hardship variance. Again, the regulations pertain to a property line buffer. When the engineer presented, there was a discussion of relocating the buffer further into the site. If we were to do that, it doesn't really become a property line buffer anymore, which again deviates from that standard. So providing or requesting the variance, requiring the variance, just for the outfall of that basin, I believe is a very minimal aspect of the project. You did hear testimony regarding the density of the landscaping that's proposed. From the location of the gap, just looking at scaling off the plan, it looks like there's approximately 120 feet from that gap in the buffer to the closest point of the parking lot. And then there's about another 120 feet to the building itself. So there's a substantial area of space that is green space, so to speak, from that area where the buffer is not visible. There's really no detriment in granting the variance. It's a generally unpopulated area. It's not directly adjacent to roadways or highly visible in that area. And again, it's required to facilitate the stormwater management component of the property and of the development.
So the break in the buffer is 25 feet, correct? 25 feet wide?
Correct, approximately. Sure. There was comments raised in the letter regarding anticipated impacts. First of those items being population. Based on, we've heard testimony regarding the number of units here, which is 64 units. Regarding the population, based on the number of bedrooms that are proposed with the development, we're anticipating a population of 132 individuals. Of those 132 individuals, we are anticipating 45 school-aged children being included within that total population. Regarding facilities, so to speak, that are listed in here. Facilities, again, you heard discussion about the play area that's going to be provided on site as an affordable unit. And important to point out, this is a 100% affordable unit, which under the enforcement regulations qualifies this project as an inherently beneficial use. For the affordable units that are here, there are social services that are provided for the residents, for educational training, for job placement, and for other social needs, so to speak, that can be provided by the management company. Services that are provided under the services. We heard discussion about traffic, and
Yeah, you can skip the fiscal.
okay. Are there any other items that I missed?
I think so.
Mike, that was your comment. You want to?
Yes. No, he, between the last few witnesses, they've in essence addressed, or hit those various items.
I'm a little confused when you say services. You're talking about services that the landlord is going to provide to the residents? And you had listed social services. I'm kind of surprised to hear that. Is that what your testimony is?
There are certain services that are provided by the facility, yes. In terms of community impacts and regarding services, those community impacts are often referring to what parks and recreational needs may be required by the residents. And what I was referring to is the fact that there are items that are being provided on site with the development, including the playground, play area, and services that are available to the residents as part of the affordable housing.
Will there be, I'm sorry, for the services that you mentioned, is there going to be staffing or somebody from the management company that's available to meet with residents to talk through some of these social issues that might come up? Is that your...
It would be off-site. It would be something that could be brought in or would be made available to the residents.
Is there office space within the building? Like, somebody will have, I'll be here from noon to 4 o'clock. If somebody needs financial counseling services, something along those lines, is that? Yeah.
As part of the 9% application, we
Mhm.
have a social services plan, and so we're using the property management firm.
You gotta go louder.
We're using the property management firm, the community builders, and so part of what we have to do is draft a social services plan. In that plan, we usually provide services such as financial literacy, educational outreach, and there's a variety of different services. And what usually happens is that somebody comes to the site and actually provides that service.
Mhm.
So in the design of our community space, we sometimes have like private office spaces, we have private consultation, so that's the services.
So you have to create this plan and supply it to
HMFA.
HMFA. Thanks.
Mhm.
So can we get a copy of that?
When it's prepared, sure.
What's the timing to have?
So,
That's not till, their application is due when? September?
So how does that fit with the timing of having to do final site plan?
Oh, that's gonna be, the final site plan's gonna be after that. They're not gonna
We
apply.
can make that a condition of
Yeah.
final site plan.
Yeah, they're not gonna apply for final site plan unless they get their HMFA funding.
No, I understand. I just
And
want
to
to make
get
sure
their
the timing works.
to get their HMFA funding, they need preliminary site plan.
If I may as well, the comment, and it kind of drifted off from what it was intended to be. When I said services, the services I was really referring to would have been primarily police, fire, rescue, municipal services that this project will generate the need for, and just some discussion of what that may be.
Correct. And based on this property, this development as designed, we believe it's going to have a negligible impact. Again, the residents that are here are consolidated into this one area, one building, not spread out amongst a large area of development. No impact for major roadways or anything of that nature. From a fire perspective, for testimony, the building is going to be sprinklered, it's going to be controlled from that aspect. So generally, we feel there's a negligible impact, both on police and fire emergency services.
I may have missed this, Mike, but in the initial completeness, we usually ask the applicant to get an opinion from the fire chief, correct?
The fire chief's been mentioned a few times in the reports, and I was just gonna say, have you
I don't know, I haven't
reached
seen
out?
anything.
No, have you reached out to Chief Joe Mexi, the fire chief?
Yeah, I think that our engineer has reached out to him and they've been trying to contact him. But I think as part of the completeness review, it was more incumbent in our best interest to have an understanding of things in advance of this hearing. Otherwise, we would be subject to...
Correct. That's what I told you on the 27th.
You said it, you tried to reach them.
Correct, so-
For lack of effort, but we recognize...
Correct. So all I'm saying is, if the board grants preliminary approval, there's going to be conditions saying they're going to have to make any changes that he recommends. If they don't agree with it, they can come back here to try to have the board, call it, but that's what the condition is going to say.
I think there's two issues with the fire. Number one, we don't have turning radiuses in the parking lot, and equipment is going to be one of Joe Mexi's questions. Can the equipment get in and out of that area? And I know that was something that you were going to provide at some point, but I don't know if the chief would be able to really comment on how well they'd be able to protect that building until he sees how they'd be able to move their equipment through there. Am I...
Put it this way, that's going to be their problem, because if the chief comes back and says, no, I don't like that, if you put the template, I don't like how it is, they're going to end up having to come back and apply for an amended preliminary.
There's two comments in my letter specifically related to the fire chief and so forth.
Right, and they've agreed to have them
Yes,
impose
they have, and
conditions.
there's also the issue of the additional hydrant to be determined by Joe. This building is one of the few three-story buildings we have in town, so that building height issue is, I'm sure he'll look at that. So you should make a point to get in touch with Chief Mexi. You'll find him easy to work with.
Any questions for the planner? Not seeing anything from the board. How about from... Oh! You just gotta wave your pen? That's all you're gonna do?
I think a better use for that garbage room might be a little storage room for our first aid squad. He was talking to Paul here. I think it's an issue carrying up the stretcher 3 stories. So I think I would like to have the captain of the first aid squad, the rescue squad, discuss with the planner or with the...
First aid squad guys right here.
Well, I believe, I don't think they would object if they're...
Well, I don't think that they can speak for the rescue squad if the rescue squad hasn't looked at it. I'd like the suggestion to add the...
Talk for yourself. Your captain, I think...
and the head of the rescue squad to also make comment on the application. Well,
they're not gonna get an
They're not going to
elevator.
get an elevator, so you understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen, just so I can, so in Bernards Township, same sort of issue. And the way that was resolved is they made sure that the stairwells were wide enough to carry the stretcher up and carry it down. Because by code, if they don't need an elevator, you can't impose an elevator. So when this thing does go to the head of the rescue squad, explain that this is for health and safety, this is not for, a wish list.
We have, having dealt with Warren Heights already, for a couple of years when we were covering Wilpacon Township, we were on the 3rd floor there many a time, and we have 2 pieces of equipment, a specialized stair chair that allows for mobility of bringing patients down in a sitting position. There's no stretcher going up there, that's impossible.
Both of you, sir, fellows,
15, 16 years, Gary's like 30 years.
I think there are enough of experts. The chief of the ambulance, so you can go
Okay, well, so,
We have equipment, it's a challenge, we have equipment
But you
to
can
deal
do
with
it.
it.
Okay.
There's really nothing, room or anything he's gonna do for us short of an elevator, and that's not possible, so
Okay, so I crossed it out.
cross it
Okay.
out. Right, Karen?
Yeah, I mean, architecturally speaking, I would imagine the architect, how wide the stairway would have to be to meet fire code? Do you know how wide that is?
Offhand, I don't, no.
More than 4 feet?
Off the top of your head?
Maybe 4 feet, you would think, right?
It's what?
You would think, I don't know.
Yeah, because a typical house is not having near 4 feet. We give 4 feet, that's fantastic.
Not to labor the
There you go.
I think that's-
We are way more challenged with homes in Greenwich Chase and mobility on 2 floors than I see us being over here.
So I think the width of the stairwells is probably in the plan, which we could look at.
Well, no, they're saying it doesn't have to go to the rescue squad.
No, it
They're saying it's
doesn't.
fine as is.
Okay. Asked and answered.
I think regular building codes are protected.
Okay. Does anybody else have any, from the board have any comments for the planner? No more waving pens, blinking, nodding? Anybody from the public have any questions for the planner?
Nope.
Okay.
All right.
You want to summarize? I think, yeah, sometime. You want to summarize your, are you done? Okay.
No, you summarize it at the end. What he meant was, do you have any other witnesses or you're resting?
All right, public, here we go.
Yep. So now we're going to open the hearing for comment, for public comment. So if anyone from the public would like to make comments about the application, you come forward, state your name, you'll be sworn in, and,
And also, if you haven't, you can make your own comment under oath, and you can present any witnesses that you might have that will present under oath. So can
I'd
you,
like to briefly comment and then turn it over to my witness.
yes, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony and comments that you're about to make will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, absolutely.
Okay, and we already know, but just for the record, your name is David Slack?
David S. Slack, I am the owner of Block 40, Lot 1, the adjacent property formerly referred to as the neighbor in previous meeting. I have concerns with the design and the capacity of the swale to carry the water through the property. That would be my first concern. I've only had the design and concept for less than 3 weeks. It was thrown before me at the last meeting, the June, whatever meeting that was,
June 27th.
27th. I have retained a expert witness, which I have with me this evening, as well as legal counsel as well.
And just for the record, legal counsel is Kevin Benbrook.
Kevin Benbrook, that's
And,
correct.
and your expert engineering,
Linda Peterson. Your firm, Linda, is
High Plain Engineering.
High Claim?
High Plain.
Oh, High Claim.
Plain.
Better, okay.
A-I-N.
The other concern I have is the discharge from the retention pond. You're granting a variance for a 25-foot overflow. I'm no engineer, but if 25 feet of water comes over that overflow onto my property, that's going to be a big problem. There's been nothing mentioned at all in the site plans as far as any kind of management of this water out of the detention pond, other than it's going to be a slow release. The way it is now, I'm dealing with water through the drainage ditch on a regular basis, but when it stops raining, so does the water. The way I understand the detention pond is designed, it's going to slowly release even after the storm stops. So now I'm not only going to be dealing with the water during the storm, but potentially for several days after the storm's done. To me, that's not acceptable. I'm here to put it on the record that I'm voicing my objection to the way the stormwater is being dealt with. I understand the township's need for this project. I'm not against the project. As I said, I'm Mayor Cohacon. I have the same co-obligations in my town, so I know what you're up against. But I want to make sure that this project does not be a detriment to my property. As you said before, my land is not preserved. It is still farmland, has been farmed. It does have development potential in the future. So I don't want to make a problem for what potentially could happen with the rest of my property in the future. As far as testimony, I'd like to turn it over now to my expert, and if you would briefly hear what she has to say in regards to some of the sizing.
Bring her up. Oh, yeah.
Good evening.
Okay, can you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, can you identify yourself for the record? Your name is Linda Peterson.
Linda Peterson with High Plain Engineering.
Okay.
I'm a civil engineer, licensed in the state of New Jersey. I graduated in 1982 from Rutgers College of Engineering. I had 35 years of experience working for the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I did large erosion control projects, stream bank stabilization, stream restoration. We were early in the formation of the karst rules that are in the Soil Erosion and Sediment Control Act. So I'm very familiar with this area, working in Hunterdon, Warren, Sussex for 35 years. So
And how long have you worked for High Plain?
I'm self-employed for the past 2 years.
Okay, and just to give the board some idea of your experience, what kind of engineering have you done since you created High Plain?
I do rate reform issues with farmers in front of the CADBs, getting variances for farmers for doing farm market stands and getting building permits for barns.
Okay, and other than when you were with the Department of Agriculture doing stormwater drainage, what sort of stormwater drainage engineering experience do you have?
I've done, after you do hundreds of waterways and diversions, you stop counting. I've done lined waterways, basins. I've designed large dam structures. I've done large channels in Trenton for flood control. Done large stream stabilizations on the North Branch and DeBoer Farm on Walnut Brook.
I don't have any other questions.
Does anybody from the board or the public have any questions for this witness?
On her qualifications?
Qualifications?
Does the applicant have any questions on her qualifications? You take her as an expert?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's been a long night and you've heard a lot of testimony. I'm at somewhat of a loss as far as the amount of information that was provided to Mr. Slack and at the engineering meeting. There was an engineering meeting 2 days ago, as was stated previously, and there were no drainage calculations to review, and the drainage easement also was not transparent. So that's why there are certain things that I want to put on the record. But if I could use their exhibits,
Yeah, absolutely.
that would be great. I'm gonna step behind you,
Yeah, go
sir.
ahead.
So, the site plan engineer for the applicant had mentioned that the swale through his property here, that's now woody, is a man-made ditch. And it's not a man-made ditch, I just want to make that clear. It's a natural channel following the natural topography of the landscape. If you look at historic aerials, this natural channel, this road was here. This road came in, what, the 70s or something. But there was always a culvert here on Route 173 that directs the upper watershed onto Lot 1. And this is a naturally occurring channel. And eventually, over time, it became woody because it was no longer farmable. So we are in dispute, as Mr. Finelli said. We aren't in agreement on the drainage area. But this whole area, you guys are all from, I'm assuming most people are from Greenwich Township. This area is underlain by limestone, and it's sinkhole prone. And if this same drainage area were in Hunterdon County, in my experience, it would be a stream. Here in Warren County, with the well-drained Washington silt loams and the limestone geology, it is stream-like, but it's not classified as a stream. So, and it is not regulated. I agree with that. But just to be clear, it's following the natural topography. So, I just wanted to bring that point. When Lot 1.01 was subdivided, off of the bigger lot, they had the wisdom to create a drainage easement through that lot. And all the applicant told us at the meeting was that the drainage easement can be altered. So, in the proposal,
So the exhibit you just showed us was Exhibit A?
that was Exhibit 1.
Right, A1.
Yeah, A1.
Right, now you're gonna,
Now, and
A2 now,
I'm going
right?
to Exhibit A2, and the natural channel, it's not shown on here, but the natural channel went through here. Okay, so now the proposal is to take a swale, well, a ditch, it's really a ditch, and divert the water across the slope, turn it, keep it on the perimeter of the lot to make room for their infrastructure. So basically, they're taking a naturally occurring swale, and they're confining it into a deep, narrow ditch. That's not following the natural topography. So, in karst terrain, and maybe I should have asked the planner this, there's so many questions I could have asked, but in karst terrain, as soon as you add impervious cover and confine natural drainage into confined ditches, it's contrary to the planning in karst terrain. You should make really broad channels, spread the water out, not narrow confined channels. And the detention basins should be on original ground with a fill situation. This is completely uncut. So there's elements about this plan that have me concerned about the downstream owner. So, not that we want to stop anything, we want to prevent any damage to the downstream property. And in my opinion, if this development is built like this, Mr. Slack could no longer farm this area.
why is that?
Because you're taking water that goes through the swale. The swale is not a big swale when you look at the picture, when you look at the swale.
You're speaking, excuse me, the existing ditch you're referring to, correct?
Existing-
Existing,
Yes, so through the trees on their lot, the channel that's defined bed and banks is not that big. It's like, you could get over it.
Like 5 or 6 feet wide, you're saying?
And it's maybe 6 foot top width, and it's maybe this big. But
Maybe 18 inches to 24 inches deep, you're saying?
no, not that deep. Maybe a foot deep.
Okay.
But a naturally occurring bed and banks only carries the 1 or the 2 year storm. All of the bigger storms go up out into the landscape beyond the trees and in the natural topography. And so, like, when this is designed for the 25-year storm, the 25-year storm through the natural topography could be 30 feet wide. It could be 30 feet wide and a foot and a half, 2 feet deep.
What is I'm going to ask either you or Mike, what is the requirement if someone wants to propose a drainage channel, I'm going to call it? What does it have to be designed for? 2-year, 25-year, 100-year, what?
Well,
I would say
I'd be happy
25.
to answer that.
Okay.
Go ahead. I just did.
Not what's good engineering practice, what's required by,
I know they have not made application to the Soil Conservation District, but this part of the channel is essentially acting as a diversion. It's not a waterway. It's diverting water that's coming
it's
onto the lot.
a diversion channel.
It's a diversion channel, and it's diverting water coming onto the lot, and it's diverting it around their infrastructure. It's a diversion.
Right, so what do the DEP regs, what's the
For the
requirement?
soil erosion and sediment control rules, you have to design that for the 25-year storm. Good engineering practice would tell you, and we discussed this at the meeting, and I brought this up at the engineering meeting, good engineering practice, you have a low-flow channel, and then you have a secondary channel that takes the bigger storms, because low flows tend to be more erosive. But what they have planned here is a very 3-foot bottom width and a deep ditch. And so, the site plan engineer had said, well, we're increasing the length and we're decreasing the slope, so therefore the velocities are less than they were before. But you know what's more important is the area. You take a 25-year storm that's as wide as the room, and you put it in a small ditch that I can jump over. The area is smaller, so the same amount of water has to go a lot faster. And it's the velocity that's erosive.
Can I, question. So we saw the before picture, and that's a naturally occurring drainage feature through that piece of property, correct?
The before...
The aerial picture, the before, A1.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to put it back up.
Yes, okay.
So that's not a man-made swale, as was testified earlier.
It is not a man-made swale.
And so
it's not
what
a man-made
happened-
ditch.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where does the water go now?
The water currently, you mean once it goes off the property?
Well, it looks to me like it probably goes maybe out onto the road, or out onto near the road, or...
Voorhees Road is higher. Voorhees Road is
Oh, so that's
significantly higher.
against grade.
So it meanders down here. It used to go through here, and through historic areas. It goes through there, and there still is a secondary channel through there. During, large storm events, swales tend to move, for whatever reason, a tree goes down or whatever. It starts coming out into the field. It comes down here. There's a culvert under here that goes...
Under here is what?
Oh, okay, so it flows westerly towards Still Valley Road, and some of it goes through a culvert under Still Valley Road that goes into the C1 stream that is parallels Still Valley Road on the western side. And really big storms, really big storm flows can flow southerly to another culvert that goes under Still Valley Road that's further to the south. So any impacts, increases in velocity, or I know there's rules that you have to attenuate the storms to pre-existing conditions. Like, I get that, but I still have concerns about the excessive velocities coming out here.
So right now, the water discharge from that basin would be further to the southeast, whereas now it's running down more or less the perimeter of Mr. Slack's property, which has less of an impact on his farming operation. Would that be correct to say?
I'm not sure I understood the question. I don't think I agree with that.
If you look where the swale opens...
The swale outlet?
Yes.
The swale outlet, mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that so that water that goes through that swale outlet will not follow the traditional course that the water is following now?
The swale, the diversion channel that they proposed is outletting in the same general area as where the existing swale is. In addition, the detention basin pipe is outletting in the same area, 20 feet further into the lot. There's only 20 feet from the detention basin outlet to the lot line. So that's now we're putting all that water in a pipe. You put all that water in a pipe, it comes out of a pipe faster, right? So we have two a high energy channel and a high energy pipe coming out into an existing swale that would have come out, spread out much wider. And there's no provisions in the plan that show energy dissipation, a scour hole, spreading the water back out into what it would have assumed in the downstream lot. No improvements, obviously, on the downstream lot, which I take exception to, and, it's just a high-energy system, and with the so we don't have any calculations to go on. I can only tell you what Brad Bowler told us at the meeting, was if the riser clogs 100%, then all these storms are contained in the basin, and this emergency spillway is only going to overtop something, say the 80-year storm or something like that. But I don't know if that's true. Mr. Finelli said he has not reviewed those calculations, so...
To a degree, yes.
Yeah, so there was no testimony in that regard.
No, there's...
And as it comes over this big rock, it comes through the embankment on a rock sill. And then it flows down, from what I understand, interpreting the plans and what Brad Bowler said, it flows down into the diversion ditch that's 3 foot deep, and then it comes back, and
It's 3 foot deep, well, the 3 foot bottom width, how deep is it?
he said it was 3 foot deep there, and looking at the topo, it's about 3 foot deep.
Okay.
So it discharges out of the detention basin, goes down into a 3 foot deep ditch that's 3 foot wide, and then the other side is to grade, because they can't grade the lot line, right? So you have this channel going this way, and then you have the emergency spillway overflow coming, impinging on it this way, that wants to keep going that way, right onto his property. It's very concerning to me, and
So right now I'm just trying to understand. So I think part of the concern is that we have no numbers in order to do any kind of calculations to see if this design will even work. And you're saying you think it should be on the basis of a 25-year storm. That's the regulation? Is that what you're
The
looking
bigger
for?
concern is the drainage.
Let her answer first, let her answer. He said, when you mention 25-year storm, is that what required, or is that what you're suggesting it be designed for?
for the Soil Erosion and Sediment Control Act, a diversion...
Yeah, we know that's
We know that.
25 years.
What are you asking the board?
Okay, I'll tell you what.
That's what we want, that's what the chairman wants to know.
Okay, I did make a list of some of the conditions,
Right.
it's not my job to do their job. And I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna tell you right now what I think the watershed is, or what I...
Listen, can you answer this question, or?
Okay.
He would like, if the board was gonna approve this thing, okay? So, not that if they were gonna put it off, not that they were gonna deny it. If they were gonna approve it, what conditions would you want the board to impose? I'm not saying they are going to, but the chairman, and actually I also would like to know, what conditions would you suggest?
Okay, well, it may be unreasonable, and based on the meeting the other day, Mr. Finelli says, it would...
Don't worry about what Mike told you at the meeting.
I think she should, but go ahead.
It would really be best in Mr. Slack's interest if the water from his property went into the detention basin. And then that way, there's no secondary swale that has to be maintained, that is subject to overtopping, that might get destroyed in a bad storm and create a new channel through his property. If it went through the detention basin, then everything would have to meet the pre-existing conditions. And then all you would have to do is, energy dissipation at the outlet and getting the water back to spreading it back out.
So the first condition that you would suggest is that the applicant be required to allow, by easement, the water from Slack's property to go through the detention basin on the applicant's property.
I think that would be in his best interest.
I suggested that.
Wait a minute. I just want to get the position out. So, now, what do you, in your professional opinion, not what the soil conservation regs are, okay? In your professional opinion, what should the diversion channel be designed for? What year storm? If not 25.
There's no, if you won't need it, it's going to be
So put
gone.
it this way, if the applicant said no, and the board, felt uneasy requiring
I
that,
think that the detention basin and the outlet of the detention basin still needs to be designed for some because there has to be some way to diffuse that water if it were to overflow.
Right, so if the board said no, they're not going to have Slack's water be put into the detention basin, to answer the chairman's question then, what conditions would you have around the outflow? What should they do on Mr. Slack's property to improve it?
Can I say something, Mr. Drill, or not?
I'd like to get the expert.
You keep saying it's my water, okay? This water originates up at 173 from under 170.
I understand it, but it's coming off your property, okay? And she's the expert on this thing.
Okay.
So if they said no to the water coming off Slack's property, not Slack's water coming off Slack's property going into their detention basin, and now focus on if the board said no to that, what kind of conditions would you want the board to impose? What sort of improvements on the outflow and around Slack's property to improve that situation?
Okay, if the space is inadequate to accommodate a large enough detention basin, then it's a question as to whether or not the drainage easement allows for the flow to be split. Because this proposal right now says the 25 years is going to go in a diversion channel, and the remainder of the flow has to go somewhere. It's going to go in their parking lot. And then it's going to somehow get into their stormwater management system. The remaining is going to get into the detention basin.
So if option one, the board says no to option one, option two is the use of the diversion channel would be for the 25-year storm only, and what else would you recommend in your professional opinion?
Well, typically at a detention basin outlet, on your pipe flow, you would have to do scour calculations and have either a rock line flared section that would meet the downstream channel.
But the rock line flare section, would it be on Mr. Slack's property or on the applicant's property?
In my opinion, 20 feet from the pipe outlet to the lot line is insufficient.
No. They would need to get permission, obviously, from Mr. Slack.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand what's happening. Detention outlet, rock line flared, it's called a
Conduit outlet protection.
Conduit outlet protection.
And it would extend onto Mr. Slack's property?
No.
No?
No. Why would you?
Okay.
If that's okay with you guys, then fine, it's your property. Why would you want his conduit outlet protection to be on your property?
Okay, so
Exactly.
Yes, but what I would like to see is that the flared end section meet a shape that's stable and suitable, not a narrow little ditch. It should be, that's why it's 20 feet, I don't think it's enough.
What you're trying to do is
Flare the
diffuse
water
the
out
energy during that 25-year
and
storm.
spread it out and reduce
Energy
that velocity.
dissipation, exactly.
Buses and silt rooms cannot take high velocities, they're highly
It'll
erodible.
just erode away.
Yes.
anything other than option one and option two?
Yeah, well, I'm advising Mr. Slack to request a drainage easement. They have the foresight to do a drainage easement.
No, I understand, that's option one.
Oh, okay.
I said, if the board says no to option one, now you've explained option two.
No, I think you're, no.
No?
What the easement she just referred to is downstream of the outlet on Mr. Slack's property.
Correct.
John, here.
Yes.
What they're talking about
This is option three.
is basically here, an easement off of, downstream of the Petrucci property on the Slack property, in this direction somewhere. And to what length and width and so forth, obviously not to be determined, but that's correct? That's what you're
Is that
referring
in
to?
option three, or is that in connection with option one or two?
No, I think that should be with number two, if it can't go, well, I think it's one or two. They should have a drainage easement through lot one.
Anything else?
Well, let's see, with maintenance, with a requirement for maintenance.
I've got a few things to say. So, when you're ready,
I
John.
kind of thought you would.
So,
Yeah.
one last thing, that You haven't answered. The diversion channel has been designed for a 25-year storm. I understand everything else you said. In your opinion, should that diversion channel be designed for more than a 25-year storm?
No, at the meeting the other day, I think they misunderstood the point I was trying to make.
Or maybe Mike misunderstood, but obviously I'm asking the question because I would...
Let her answer.
Yeah.
Well, the point I was making the other day is that the natural swale takes all storms. It takes little storms, and it takes big storms, and it spreads out. It can occupy the space it needs to take whatever storm comes at it. But if there is a diversion channel diverting the watershed around their infrastructure, with the space that they have on their lot, the more water you put in that channel, the worse it's going to be. The faster the velocities will have to be to take the same amount of flow. Same amount of flow, small area, goes too fast.
Mike, you said you had some comments?
Yeah, just to kind of fill in a few blanks here. And unfortunately, Mr. Brad Bowler isn't here tonight, who has been involved in all these discussions in the past. So Mr. Streckers, I think, had a little bit of a loss, and clearly he was not at the meeting the other day. Okay. One of the things that they've requested right off the get-go is to eliminate the diversion and to have the off-site flow be routed through the basin, and so as to have one outlet. Good idea. I suggested that a month and a half ago, when the plans were just submitted, even before the plans were submitted. Mr. Bowler at that point made some comments that he was finding it very difficult to design the basin with that additional flow, because it's really simple. Basically, you put a head wall, right here to catch the water coming off the slack field. You run it down a pipe, and then a manhole, and you pipe it into the basin. Done. Nice, clean, neat. Everything works perfect. They were saying they had problems designing it, so, okay, fine, they came up with an alternate design, and also for the diversion of the swale. What we talked and we mentioned this earlier tonight, I did, and I think this is of critical importance moving forward. This whole drainage area question, did you recalculate the drainage area? Do you have your new number?
What is your
I
number?
didn't field verify it, so I'm not going to...
Okay, so there's 3 engineers that all have the same plan that need to come up with a drainage area, which should be within an acre or so of each other, I would hope. And none of the 3 have done that yet, so fine.
Say, Mike, how long, I'm not putting pressure on you, I just want to understand, how long, knowing your schedule, would it take you to at least come out with your opinion on the drainage area?
On the drainage area? I don't know, by like 9:30 tomorrow morning?
Oh, really?
Oh, it's not a major task.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's basically...
let's say, give me the number.
So it's basically somewhere between 5 and 14 acres? I mean, I think those were the limits.
No. 15 and 40.
Oh, 15 and 40, thank you.
Yeah.
So there's a big discrepancy there.
Yeah, big.
It's not.
See, because no, that's your number, 40.
No, but it's not 40.
You're saying it's
Well,
less?
what do you think your upper limit is?
Well, that's kind of an academic question. Let's let the engineers come up with a number and work with facts instead of speculation.
There's a question about, here, where did the other plan go? And this is going to require actually to go out to the field. There's some cross drains under 173 that obviously contribute to the flow of water through the slack property and into the ditch. There was a debate as far as what ends up crossing under 173 through existing culverts, or gets piped, or runs down along Route 173 to here, and then you could bypasses completely the ditch.
No, it's supposed to be still raining in the morning. If you guys went out there in the morning, you'd find out.
Too late, stop.
Actually, if we all go out tonight with our headlights, we won't go, okay. In all seriousness. Okay, so there's, the whole drainage area issue, that's why I made a point earlier. I think that's critical, that we all can come up with a number here to design this around. Now, what was offered the other day at the meeting, too, which I thought was fairly magnanimous of the applicant, but they said that they would redesign the swale based upon the agreed-upon drainage area for the 100-year event, so as to protect Mr. Slack's property. Right, Ms. Peterson, they said that, correct?
They were willing to do that,
Yes, okay.
They said that.
So...
I thought that's what they asked for. I didn't realize, okay, it was
Okay.
backwards. All right, I didn't realize that.
I think that's a generous offer, but I don't think it's going to really change the design of the swale that much. You might think 25-year event, 100-year event, it's clearly going to be bigger, but they've got room that they could, if they can't pipe it through the basin, which should be option one, then go back to the diversion channel that they have, and it's going to tweak the design a little bit. They got room. They can make this work. The outlet is the critical point. I agree. We're outlets right now. There's the conduit outlet protection that obviously needs to get approved by Soil Conservation District. That can be in many forms. Typically riprap. It can be armored riprap. There's scour holes. There's level spread. There's all kinds of things. But and it may require the outlet pipe from the basin to be backed up a bit, so it's not only 20 feet from the property line. But that may require a little bit of massaging and manipulating of the design of the basin. So there's the fact that we haven't agreed upon a drainage area. That's the first part of doing any stormwater management design. It's like there's other things that need to be looked at. But that's item one. And until item one gets resolved, we can't go to items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
But I also feel, excuse me, but I also feel that it's kind of premature to get preliminary approval because you don't even have the sense of whether or not this lot is big enough to handle the stormwater management. He testified that it meets everything, but, personally, I think it's lacking because you don't have enough room to dissipate the energy on your own property. And I don't think you have the room to do a stable 100-year channel diverting around it with not one bend. Water don't got no bones, right? You've got to bend it 90 degrees and another 90 degrees and another 90 degrees. It's just ripe for disaster.
So one of the requirements for preliminary site plan is that, the board is obligated to deal with matters vital to public health and welfare, such as stormwater management. So it seems to me we don't even know the drainage area. I don't see how we can grant preliminary, because we don't even know if it's 15 or 40. So we can't really make a judgment of whether this application satisfies the MLUL. Am I wrong?
No, the chairman is correct. What the chairman is reading from is, I had sent an email to the applicant's attorney on June 25th, raising the issue of when Mr. Finelli first reviewed this thing for completeness, his comments about stormwater. And so I said, while NJSA 40:55D-46A allows site plans and engineering documents required to be submitted for preliminary site plan approval to be in tentative form for discussion purposes. That's a quote, end quote. That's out of the MLUL. The board cannot grant preliminary approval subject to later submission of additional information which is fundamental to an essential element of the development plan. And the cases are Dana versus Washington Township, which is a 1992 appellate division case, Field versus Franklin Township, which is a 1983 appellate division case. And the appellate division in both of those cases said, at the time of preliminary approval, just like Ray read, the board is under an obligation to deal with matters vital to public health and welfare, and one of them is stormwater management and drainage. And in my opinion, until this issue is sorted out, and Mike's right, step one is the drainage area. I don't see how the board can grant approval tonight. So this matter, in my opinion, is gonna have to be continued, and they're gonna have to sort this matter out. Maybe they might not reach an agreement, okay? Now, so there's two things going on. One is, they have to prove, in order for the board to grant preliminary approval, that they can adequately and safely take care of their stormwater runoff. That's one issue. The second issue is, Mr. Slack apparently has an easement that runs through their property, which they won't be able to develop this property unless he agrees to move that easement. That part, as I mentioned before, is easier to deal with, but if they don't reach an agreement, if they had a plan that satisfied, for example, the board engineering expert, even though the objector might not be satisfied by it, okay, that's one thing. They would satisfy the requirement in the case law that, okay, you could grant preliminary approval. And if Mr. Slack has the right not to agree to have his easement moved, and if he doesn't, that could be taken care of, like I has mentioned before, by kicking it over to the township committee and see if they want to do something about it. But the fact is, if you were in a position to grant preliminary approval, you'd impose a condition saying the applicant's either going to have to get an easement or they're going to have to ask the township committee to do something about it. But what I'm saying, Ray's right. The issue now, forget about the easement. The issue is, can they prove that they can adequately provide for stormwater runoff and management? Okay, so you guys are going to have between now and the next meeting, if you want to address the board, but let's hear what you have to say, but based on what the...
When was this sent to the applicant?
This was sent to the applicant on June 25th. Now, Mike, though, said that he had been suggesting, well before this, that the applicant actually basically do option one.
The flow, yeah, that's, I don't know when it was, but it was, yeah,
listen,
before
the
that.
applicant, they have the right to either do option one or do something else, but right now, Ray, I don't, again, let's hear from the applicant's attorney, but how can the board grant approval to something where you don't even know the drainage area, and right now, Mike, are you satisfied that this drainage, proposed stormwater drainage plan would work without knowing the drainage area?
Absolutely not.
Right, so...
No.
Right.
No,
Anyway,
go ahead.
I think we've got it.
Yeah.
We absolutely respect what conversation is happening now, and we respect
Get loud.
we respect the comments of the objector. The things I would like to point out is we've only been working on this for 2 days with the objector. So it's not...
Yes, listen, forget about the objector. Okay, now listen, forget about the objector, because that's the location. Let's talk...
But I actually think this goes to the question that's specifically being raised by the board right now, which is that you don't feel that you have enough information on them to make a decision based on how safe the water is. Which we think is
Right.
we absolutely agree with the standards. We're not agreeing with anything that you guys are trying to afford. But what we would like to put on the record is that we have submitted a stormwater management report provided by a licensed engineer that provided both site studies and our calculations back up our calculations with information that
Let me ask you this, how did you do that?
I didn't know the drainage area.
That's right. So here's the stormwater management report. Is the drainage area in the stormwater management report?
Here's the drainage area. They didn't present this. Want to put it up? Can I talk about it? Okay.
In this report, do you show what you contend is the drainage area? So how many acres do you contend it is?
Yeah, the drainage area map is in there.
What are we waiting on?
Well, it
I
was,
don't understand the difference.
Yeah.
my understanding is that Mr. Finelli, in his initial completeness review, said he looked at this report and he needed you to verify the drainage area.
Right.
And have you verified the drainage area?
Our office did.
We went out to the site. We walked 173 to look for
And
connections underneath.
When was that?
I didn't do it. I've been involved with this project for a day. But what I was told by my office is that they calculated the drainage area.
No, I want to know when. Was it at the end of June, with the beginning of June, the end of June, the beginning of July? Was it supplied to Mr. Finelli after they calculated it? Or are you going to present it for the first time right now, the drainage area?
Give me 1 second.
Okay?
No, yeah.
I think I am looking at checklist item number 42, that was part of the checklist, the completeness review. And I believe that we had submitted on, saying about that because...
Right.
Yeah.
And on July 3rd, as part of our supplemental submission, we provided a drainage map that demonstrated a drainage area of less than 50 acres.
Okay,
And I'm asking...
okay, stop. Less than 50 acres, how many acres does it show? Does it say?
No, I'm looking at the drainage area maps that were submitted with the drainage report. and
Yeah.
It snaps a line on the applicant's property. It does not show areas coming off.
Okay, so you don't have the drainage area
No,
then?
but let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
Is after that, I don't know what date, walked 173, took a look at the applied map topo, which is what you use, determined that the drainage area is 15.4 acres in size. That's contributing to that swale from the adjacent property, ultimately whatever flows into the swale on the south side of the applicant's property comes from 15 acres. That's what we said.
Okay, and so...
There's a big discrepancy.
Wait, hold up. That's what you found, so obviously, that was after Mr. Finelli had reviewed the stormwater management report, after he had submitted his completeness determination, but that's when he raised the question, and what was submitted on July 3rd? Was the information you just gave submitted on July 3rd?
I don't know. I don't know that.
Ms. Mead, do you know if the information...
I do not have that information.
Mike, did anyone tell you this?
No, it was submitted on July 3rd.
Okay, so on July 3rd...
If you look at my report, it shows it right there, yes. On July 3rd, they submitted a plan which showed an additional drainage area map that showed the contributory upstream drainage area to the point along the ditch entering their property,
Now,
which is the slack,
if
off the
you're-
slack.
On June 27, if you recall, basically, I was suggesting to the board that they deem the application incomplete until those items were submitted. If you remember, the chairman convinced the board, no, deem it complete, let's get this thing rolling. So do not argue that because you submitted it on July 3, and Mr. Finelli hasn't, reviewed it yet, that somehow you actually, you technically supplied the information, but the board bent over backwards to get this show on the road and get this thing deemed complete. But Mr. Finelli, with the July 4th long weekend, obviously did not have enough time.
It didn't get to our office till July 5th, actually. It's dated July
Yeah.
3rd. It got to us on July 5th.
Right, and today's July 11th. So, so Mike hasn't checked it yet. So Mike, are you in a position to say that they're correct, that it's 15.4 acres right now as we sit here?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't believe it is, to be honest with you.
Okay, so Mike needs to go out, and Mr. Slack's engineer also wants to go out, and I assume that she wants copies of everything that's been submitted. Is that right?
I would appreciate calculations, but I want to make a point about the drainage area.
Can you make the point closer to a microphone?
At the engineers meeting 2 days ago, there was a drainage map, but it was just kind of a line on a piece of paper, so I couldn't really check it.
Here's the map.
Yeah, it had no topo or anything.
Mike, is that the map that was submitted July 5?
Yes.
The
This
drainage area...
existing ditch drainage area map.
Okay, so if you look at it, the drainage area is for this natural swale to the to the outlet, but what they're proposing is a diversion that goes here. So the drainage area has to come to the end of the diversion. So whatever they submitted isn't correct for their proposal.
Mike, you agree with that?
Yes, hence why I've handed out the same map, which is Greenwich Township site-specific topographic map, one to Bowler, one to Peterson, one to Finelli, and that's the map that everybody was instructed to use to come up with a drainage area that we all could agree upon.
Let's ask
There
you,
you
how, do you know how long it will take Bowler to do its calculation based on the information Mr. Finelli gave them in response to what you submitted to him on July 5?
Probably less than 2 weeks.
Okay. When is the board's next meeting? August, what is it, 11th?
August 8th.
August 8th. So if this matter's continued to August 8th, okay, we can't have another one of these last-minute things. Okay, right now, it is, I don't even know what day it is.
July 11th.
July 11th, okay? So that's almost 30 days away. So I suggest that the board's rules have a 21-day submission period. So what's 21 days before August 8th?
Oh, it's a week from tonight, probably.
Yeah.
So,
Go back to July.
Today's the 11th, it's probably the 18th?
The 18th.
Can you get this thing submitted by July 18th?
Sounds like we need
Yep. And then, to the, Mr. Slack, also, let's have your engineer get whatever you want to submit by July 18th. And then, Mr. Finelli, then, the board rules contemplate those come in 21 days ahead, so Mr. Finelli then has some time, and he doesn't have to submit until, he's supposed to submit 10 days before. Now, we've thrown all those timing out the window for this applicant to try to move this thing along. But I think at this point, with this issue and the importance of this issue, that you should stick with those dates so that, all these engineers are not, running around like crazy people.
And the board members would like to have more than 4 hours to review the reports before the meeting. That would be nice as well.
Yeah. So other than the drain, now, so the first part is, that would determine, or at least we would know what the fight is on the drainage area.
There should be no fight. Let me get that. This is an analytical exercise. This is not an opinion. Us three engineers should be able to come up with a drainage area we all agree upon, end of story, then we design.
Yeah. So, July 18, both of you guys make your submittals. But, sometime, maybe not 21 days ahead, maybe 10 days ahead, because the MLUL says that the board can't approve a plan unless it's been submitted 10 days ahead. The board's going to be, if you want a preliminary approval, you need them to approve on a preliminary basis the stormwater management plan. So 10 days before August 8th, you need to submit a plan based on the drainage area. Now, Mr. Slack, if it's not the plan that they described as option 1, I can tell you right now, he's not going to agree to it. But we'll deal with that. That's easier to deal with than the actual engineering of the plan. All I'm saying is, again, it's a helpful hint. If you can do option 1, you already heard Mr. Slack, who was testifying under oath, saying if you did that, he's going to agree. Correct, Mr. Slack? Can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
I want it in writing, though. I want this so I can see it, the design. I'm not going to agree to something.
Mr. Slack,
Really would know
right,
no
I
design.
understand. What's 10 days before August 8th?
That would be the 29th, before, 10 days exactly before? Would
Yeah.
be the 29th, July 29th.
July 29, you've got to have that stormwater management plan in if you want any shot of the board approving this on August 8th. That's going to be in writing. That plan should not just be submitted to the board and the board professionals like you've been doing, but from now on, you got to also submit. Do you want to submit it to you, Mr. Slack, or directly to your engineer?
Right to my engineer.
You right?
Actually, my engineer and my attorney, if possible.
Okay?
Make sure the applicant has...
They do.
So we're meeting on the
Okay.
25th?
Yeah.
Excuse me, so we're meeting
And then
on the
if that's submitted by July 29th, then the board will deal with it on, August 8th.
And from a site plan point of view, it seems to me that if we redesign this, it may eliminate or move the whole C1 variance piece, because the break in the,
No, we'll see what happens.
yeah, well, that'll just come up with the design.
Yeah,
Mike, don't worry
you're
about
probably
that.
still gonna need
We'll see
it.
what happens.
Okay.
So drainage area calcs by July 18, stormwater management plan by July 29. And the applicant, again, you're making direct submissions to Mike, me, and Beth, and Kevin Benbrook, and Peterson. And I just spaced your first name. Linda Peterson. Is there anything else that's left hanging on this thing, or is that it at this point?
Well, since now we're not taking any action, how about the other issues we talked about, the dryer venting, things like that?
Yeah, we may as well.
Or no?
You know what?
In the truck turning plan?
Give my expert opinion.
Hold on. The truck, you know what? The truck turning plan, okay? Now that's gonna be August 8th. I didn't want to say anything before, but if you did the truck, if the board said conditional preliminary site plan approval, submit the truck turning plan. If the truck turning plan comes in, and if the trucks can't, you're gonna have to redesign the whole thing, come back for an amended preliminary. Not that we don't like you, we don't want you back. Okay, so, now, besides truck turning, because...
Fire chief.
Well, you gotta make the submission to the fire chief, okay? Yeah, so if he doesn't get back to, okay, fine, but you gotta make a submission, not just call him. You gotta submit copy of everything to him.
With the truck turning plan, somebody mentioned dryer vents, we have,
Actually, so aesthetically, just so you know, we we went to Dr. Google, and we took a look at the Sycamore Landing, and this building is basically designed to look like Sycamore. Sycamore Landing has dryer vents on each one, so let's see if you can do it nicer than Sycamore Landing. Yeah.
You picked up in the
Yeah, now, are there any protrusions on the elevation, or is it just flat?
No, listen, Frank, let them deal with this, but there are nicer ways that you could do it than Sycamore Landing.
Okay.
Truck turning,
That's interesting. You
Dryer
got it
vents.
right, wow,
Yeah,
how
I
about
got it
that?
right, it's there right here. But it's on the protrusions.
there was the trash, how they deal with the, how they're gonna deal with refuse.
Is that acceptable?
Which I think is part of the lease
It doesn't look
agreement.
bad to me, I don't know, I've told you so, what do you think?
Pardon?
Okay, all right. Okay, let them work it out.
listen, can you get the copy of the lease agreement submitted also, before? Copy of the lease. 'Cause if we can sew this thing up,
They
up,
sure would.
Is that a gas?
then we'd be
Yeah,
on,
you can believe
very
it.
firm ground.
Let's look at it. Let me look at this.
Anything else?
That's it, that's...
So, can Mike show us again what action one, what they're expecting? Did I have-
Which option you want?
What would
The
say?
drainage?
Let Mike do that with them. You want him to show you the board? All right. Mike, can you explain option one, drain, stormwater plan?
Basically, you're just gonna go right into the detention basin instead of going around. And then it will have one outlet.
Okay.
Mike's gonna show you right now.
Okay. Basically, it's you're taking the flow from being surface flow, channel flow, open channel flow actually, and you're collecting it with probably a big head wall right here at the point where the flow enters the...
You say that had one with a pipe or something?
Yeah, it's, those open-ended, the flared end sections, head walls, whatever you want, there's a couple different ways to do it. Goes into a pipe system, would parallel this property line to a certain point, you get to a manhole, and then the pipe would continue and would outlet into this basin. So, it cleans it up beautiful, the flow right now that goes through that ditch is gone. It's routed directly into the basin. Now, though, in all fairness to the bowlers, it does create a design difficulty, because all of a sudden now you're introducing additional flow into the basin, but they would have to use, which is called bypass flow. It kind of, it's routed through, but not attenuated. But they know what they're doing with that, so they'll do that.
It's the greatest swell in the spring.
Sometimes. So
Well,
last,
the
so
other way,
last item,
exactly.
I want to make sure that you also know the dates. The drainage area counts are by July 18, the stormwater management plan by July 29, but these other things are by July 18th. The fire chief submissions, you got to submit to the fire chief by July 18th, because the fire chief is entitled to the same amount of time as Finelli's entitled to. The truck turning movements, it's got to be submitted by July 18th, because Mike's going to review that. The dryer vent stuff by July 18th, because Beth is going to review that, and a copy of the lease agreement by July 18th, because I'm going to review that. Okay?
Mr. Stewart, what is allowed to be submitted on the 29th?
The stormwater management plan.
The book? Or the sheet out of plans?
Or put it this way, if the book changes, because of the plan changes, you got to revise that book also. If you want a preliminary approval from this board on August 8th, they need to have documentation to be satisfied that your stormwater management plan works. So the documentation you're going to need is any revisions to the book, but the actual stormwater management plan showing what the size of the basin, showing the piping, where's it being piped. If you're going to go with option one, showing how you're getting that water into that basin and where the water is going after it comes out of the basin. That's the plan for July 29. The drainage area calcs are the only thing by July 18th, because we figure the stormwater management plan is going to take you some time after you get the drainage area calcs.
John, can you just list the open items again quickly to the board members in case we missed anything?
Yeah.
Yes, if there's anything we missed,
Okay,
I want to make sure.
Tell me if there's anything else. So drainage was the biggie, and again, we're breaking that down. Drainage area calcs, July 18, the stormwater management plan with supporting documentation by July 29. The other open items are the fire chief open items. Well, we can't make the fire chief do something, but we can make them do something. They have to make a submission of everything to the fire chief by July 18 with a request, asking him to review it and asking him for his input. Truck turning movements plan by July 18th. Dryer vent, whether that's an architectural sheet on the inside's up to you. What the board wants to see is the exterior. They want to see if you're going to have 64 vents, what are they going to look like? Also, you'd be smart, but you don't have to do it. Actually, forget about that. And a copy of the lease to me by July 18th, because I want to see if what Patrick said, the conditions in there are going to be in there. Then we'd have all the big information that you need to wrap this thing up on a preliminary. You'll have it.
Does anybody on the board, is there anything else that we discussed tonight that?
Yeah, did we miss
Think of
anything?
Did we miss anything?
And then all the other stuff is going to be before, what's submitted before.
There's a list of things that
Yeah,
have to be.
some of them before final, some of them conditions of final, and some of them conditions of preliminary. But these are the things, in my opinion, that you should have before you grant the preliminary approval.
John, question.
Yeah.
Okay. There is I'll call it a likelihood that there will probably be a change in design to some degree of the stormwater basin.
Yep.
Okay. That's reflected on almost every plan sheet. Look at it. That's why okay, so
That's why I'm
just
saying-
the stormwater main, okay.
Just the stormwater
want to make sure
management
that because addressing it throughout the plan set's a much
forget
bigger
about it.
task.
Yeah,
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Good,
because-
fine.
Let's assume that you provided documentation that satisfied Mr. Finelli, and the board is satisfied that stormwater management in runoff is going to be satisfactorily handled. Then the board would grant preliminary approval. One of the conditions would be change all the other plan sheets, to be consistent with the stormwater management plan. That's why I'm saying this stormwater management plan on a sheet by July 29.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mike, thank you for that.
You're welcome, John.
So I think, We heard from Mr. Slack. I don't know, I think we've warned the public
Yeah,
out,
let's
but
find
is
out.
there anyone else from the public that would like to comment on this application?
Put that other picture back.
Which picture
Sir,
would
can you
you...
come on up so you can identify yourself?
This one?
Mike, just wait, let me get him sworn and everything, let me get his name. I know that we know you from before, but I forget.
Here many times.
What's your name again?
My name's Tim Drake, lot 101.
This one?
Yeah.
Is this the one?
Okay, can you raise your right hand? You swear that the comments and testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Well, first thing I want to ask is anything...
Can you move this way, though?
Is anything I'm going to say going to make a difference?
Well, things Mr. Slack said made a difference. Did you see what happened?
I mean, I have no legal things that I...
Listen, the board listens, this board, I can tell you, I've represented them since 2008, this board listens to legitimate, concerns and comments from people in the community.
Okay, well, this is my property right here. That's it, right there. I could tell you anything you want to know about how this water comes down and see it.
Tell the board what you want to tell
every
them. Tell the board what you want to tell them.
But what my concern is, you're saying that there's only going to be like 42 children. I know they're not going to stay in this playground. Where are they going to go? Right down Voorhees Road, up my street to that cul-de-sac, where all kinds of bad stuff happens. I've seen it with my own eyes. Sex, drugs, dumping. I mean, there's probably people there right now, every day. I don't call the Greenwich police all the time. I don't call them at all. But it's only going to be a matter of time until something happens on my property, because it's pretty secluded. The reason I bought that is because there was no neighbors, and everything was zoned commercial or industrial. Now I'm going to have, they say 42 kids. I think that's a bunch of crap. There's probably going to be like 250 people all of a sudden right there. What's it going to do to my property value? Who's taking care of, maintaining these buildings? I know they're not going to build them with good materials. I've been a carpenter for 40 years. I know what they build these things out of. So what, in 5-10 years, they're going to start to look like crap. So someday, well, I can't afford to sell my place and move anywhere. I love my barn. I'd have to, pick it up and get out of here, but it's just all of a sudden I'm going to have 200 neighbors that, I didn't, I could have handled like a business there or something. But, I know everybody's tired. I can see everybody like half asleep like me. But, it's just, I know it's probably not going to make a difference, what anything I have to say, but I've just been sick to my stomach ever since I found out.
So what are you suggesting that the board do?
Well,
Because the township, so you understand, the township rezoned the property MF2.
right.
They submitted an application that conforms to all the ordinance requirements except they have this 25-foot gap right now in the landscape buffer, which they've applied for a variance. The board, Mr. Slack has raised the fact that, the plan doesn't satisfy stormwater. The board obviously listened to Mr. Slack and to his engineer, and they're doing something about that. So what are you suggesting,
Well, no, that's all I'm just wondering is anything, because I don't want this here, that's not going to matter.
Right. That the fact that you don't want this
I don't
here...
have to come back to these
Put it this way.
mind-numbingly boring meetings. All night when I get up at 4:30 to go work hard for the last 40 years to afford my property.
Right. All I can say is, to say that you don't want them to approve it without having some...
I don't have any legal basis.
Right, so...
Not only, and
So just listen to me, so this board...
my dad's a lawyer, I talked to him, well, he's retired, but, he said the zoning thing, you didn't have to send me notice to. That would have been in the paper.
Right.
But somehow I didn't get any notice of these meetings until that last one, the 27th.
Right, because you live
Was that
within,
the first meeting to
on
do
this, site plan,
That was the first meeting.
that was the first meeting on this site plan application, not, the rezoning took place back in,
Right, the zoning, I understand,
Yeah.
because I don't read the newspaper, but
no, the zoning took place, a couple months
Not
ago.
the Furman property, that was just done 3 months ago?
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, we certainly understand your concerns, and I can say there's a lot of people that share your concerns.
Right, like,
I'm going to look at this from 30,000 feet just momentarily, because it's 11:30 and I need a beer.
Right.
Can I say that on the record?
Yeah.
You did.
So, this affordable housing is something that's statutory. It's not something that the township or your township committee people or your planning people if we had the ability to do what we want, I don't think we would be doing this
Right,
today.
because you wouldn't put it next to your house, right?
Well, we wouldn't be putting it in Greenwich. I mean, this is something that we're forced to do by the state of New Jersey, and I can't even get into all of that because it is 11:30.
So, yeah, the bottom line is, it doesn't matter what I say.
No, the one thing you can do is, if you have problems with kids in the neighborhood, you should call the police.
Well, I will.
Well, you should.
I'll have Greenwich on speed dial soon. because-
Well, you should, so that's something you can do.
I don't think there's anything that we can do in the site plan that's going to address people off the property. So I don't see a lot of things that we can do with this applicant that's going to address your concerns, but I can definitely tell you, Attorney Fennell, or Drill was correct. I mean, if you have any concerns with anything that's going on, I mean, you have to use your municipal services and call the police.
In other words, it's not worth me coming back and sitting here.
Listen, that's up to you. The
We
board
would
is
like
not
you to
going to
come
tell you. Right. The board is not going to tell you not to come to one of their meetings.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly,
Pointed out a good point, was that you're a carpenter for 40 years. Mr. Bean here is a landscaper who gave us a lot of good opinion to the applicant about what they should do as far as that. You know about what materials deteriorate over several years. Maybe you can provide some insight to help the board make a decision on what the exterior surfaces should be used, because you're a carpenter for 40 years. You know whether or not, if we should recommend they put vinyl siding up, or if they should put up something else.
It's a good
So it would
point.
be in your best interest to.
I guess I would have to know what they were using and then...
Well, that'll be at the time of final site plan, not this proceeding, but assuming that they get preliminary approval, probably 9 months or a year from now, when they would come back for final site plan, then all the materials you heard, there'd be a condition, they have to submit everything ahead of time for review and approval, then you comment on the materials.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, these meetings are hard to handle. It's like listening to my father talk when it's a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo.
Oh, that's great. I'm going to tell my father this tomorrow. This is great.
What this You'll sleep well,
I'm looking around, everybody's like,
you'll sleep well tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody else from the public have any comments?
Just a brief comment.
Up.
In my observation, in that intersection, I would suggest, and it's only a suggestion, you consider putting guide rail on 173 with the proximity of that corner of that building to 173, given the fact that one car has already come down across that and ended up in the car dealership's front lot and wrecked 3 or 4 cars within the last, I guess, 6 months to a year. I don't know what the proximity is, but the cut does look pretty steep on that side.
So you're talking about, Mr. Slack, on Route 173, past the Voorhees intersection, basically, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
The proximity of the buildings to the highway there, and the fact that bank's going to be fairly cut, I don't know what the drop-off's going to be.
It's a big drop.
Pretty drop.
You're going from 335 down to 322. That's the base, so it's 13
I know our
feet.
township, we applied for some guide rail grants, and we got a lot of grants to go with guide rail throughout the township. That's a state highway, And maybe you could get the state to put some guide rail.
Good idea.
Do you think? Maybe if you call, maybe. They can do it for me.
See what he says.
Okay.
Other than that, it's just an observation.
It's actually, it's a good suggestion. Yeah, because it really, there is the big slope off the road.
Okay. So I need
I'm gonna bring up the gas.
we're going to continue this, I'm going to ask for a motion to continue this on
August 8th,
August 8th.
Without
Thank you.
need
So
for
there's
further
not going to be
notice.
any more notice?
unless you want to.
I got one more thing, I'm sorry. Mr. Beam brought up a plan a few minutes ago and showed it to me, and I found it very interesting. It's the only plan I've seen, but it shows a gas line running, an existing gas line running along the frontage of the property. So my question to the applicant is, why would you use electric if you have gas there? I mean, it's not, do you know there's gas? But again, it's only one plan that shows that I've seen, and it's a drainage map. It's peculiar that that's... Yeah, so did you think there was not gas out there?
Or did you send out a request for a will serve from the gas company and they told you that there's no gas?
We do not, as part of our joint venture, between the projects we've done, we do not use gas at our project for a number of reasons. We prefer to use electric, we think it's safer. We think that there have been fires in buildings, for example, in the office area. I think,
Okay, so you made a defined decision to use electric. Okay, I assumed that you may have just overlooked this, but it's okay. But we can't...
answered?
Well, yeah, because I don't think are empowered to require them with utilities.
Right.
Because that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So there is existing gas, but they just don't want that.
They don't want to use gas.
Suspicion that there's gas there, but if they're choosing not to use it, then, okay.
So, make a motion to continue.
Well, good catch, though.
You don't have to make them.
No, we're just
This
going to
matter is
continue.
going to be continued.
We just announced that there's going to be no notice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, we need a motion for that.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Mark and Frank, okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?